Morning.
Morning.
Go ahead and call this meeting to order. It's 9:15 a.m. on June 3rd, 2023, and we are all here for, well, almost a full day work group meeting. Not quite, but hopefully. And Jody, I know you guys had sent a proposed agenda, or at least an order in which you thought we could attack and address the different sections of the joint plan and discuss the KPIs. The thought being we spend an hour on each section, and if for whatever reason we wrap up a section with time to spare, that can just roll over. And, I don't know if there was rhyme or reason to the order in which you gave us the sections, but I think for the most part we're all right with going down that path.
We had proposed to start with extracurricular, move on to recruitment, transportation, retention, and then to end with student assignment. So we will begin with extracurricular. With regard to the goal statement and starting, the proposal from the district was, I believe, taken directly from the 2018 plan, which is fine, but we thought that for a goal statement that we could make it a little bit more succinct. And so our proposal was to promote participation in and provide equal access to all extracurricular activities as the goal of the extracurricular section. So wanted to see if anybody had any objections to that.
So Jody, you didn't think any of that you crossed out was necessary? I just think it's a pretty powerful statement.
Yeah, and I understand this is what can't be done, right? It mandates that no student shall be segregated or discriminated against on account of race or color in any service, activity, or program, including athletics or other extracurricular activity. I mean, I think that that's a good statement, but I think the portion that we've added is intended to be broader and more inclusive. And so perhaps what we could do is leave your section and add and to promote participation in and provide equal access to all extracurricular activities.
I think either way is fine with me, but I'm fine with it. Anybody else?
So, just asking, okay, everything that's outlined here is also part of the joint plan. So the information from the joint plan is not going to be included as stated?
I'm not following you.
Okay, so I'm looking at the joint plan itself. I just wanted to make sure, because extracurricular, that's my area. So we're just going to go with to promote participation in and provide equal access to all extracurricular activities.
No, what we were suggesting is that we add, instead of removing the proposed goal that you have, to add at the end of it, the last sentence to be, and to promote, yes, in addition to.
Okay, gotcha.
That's good.
Yeah, I would not feel comfortable if things are within the joint plan and our task as a team here is to identify KPIs. I think the goals derive themselves directly from the joint plan. So in keeping that statement, which is very specific and to the point, would be something we should definitely maintain.
The one note that we have is, having not reviewed all of the data, where you have continue to, we propose taking that out. It's not a statement that you haven't, it's just not an admission that you have. So instead of saying the school district will continue to, it will say the school district will operate under the requirements of the 1967 plan.
So, but that's changing the joint plan. And if we're changing the joint plan, I don't know if that's the responsibility of this team's work. This team work is, we inform the courts that that we would identify KPIs, so we didn't have to go back and forth as to what is or is not satisfaction or compliance. So if we are going to modify this, I would think it's out of the scope of work. And before we change something that's been accepted and approved by the board, there's other parties, board members that I would need to have in the loop. And if I'm wrong, Matt, say I'm wrong.
No, I mean, that's something we've talked about internally, but also, I hear what y'all are saying, but I think the
Was there an agreement that, with regard to the 2018 plan, that the school district was?
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's why it's will continue.
So I don't think this is changing the plan. The whole point of KPIs is to make it clear on what every line means, and that's what we're doing. So we're not changing anything, and by saying equal access, it's just being more clear. Like, to me, it is vague already. So what does that mean exactly? It means equal access. So we're not changing anything. Defining is not changing. You're making it more clear and basically understandable for anyone who comes behind us. Because at one point, it's not going to be the same people that was in the room when the 2018 joint plan was agreed upon. Sorry.
So Dr. Moore, was it your position that we were changing it by removing the words "will continue"?
Yes, and I don't know, I wasn't there in 2018 when it was decided on, but that was agreed to me, continue doing whatever it is that you were doing versus, well, you're changing the intent of what the parties that already agreed upon.
Yeah.
Now, I'm fine, to Mershawn's point, saying to promote participation and provide equal access to all extracurricular activities, including that as an additional statement. I'm fine with it, but to be honest, it's still, I think, some of the language that put us in this situation to begin with. What does that mean? Promote, how do you evaluate promote participation? The same way you can, I mean, it's.
We'll talk about it with the KPIs.
Well,
But that's that's the.
Agreed, yes, the KPIs will define that, but it's still one of those statements where, we have been struggling to attach points of data to it.
Right.
So maintaining it as it is and adding that statement, I think is fair and accomplishes each side's intent.
Okay.
And I would interject, in the environment that we are existing in now, I follow Mashawn, we have to be more definitive. And continuing, even though I was there, a lot of that verbiage was just thrown in there. And it was lawyers doing it without input, basically, from me or anybody else. So we have this opportunity to define, to strengthen, to make this so that later on somebody can't interpret it. I mean, and I always tell people the American English language is so complicated because of its multiplicity and duplicity of word usage. And this is one of those areas that I go with Jody, continue what? And will do, it sets a whole new table and allows us to start at point A and move forward, but not necessarily change the process.
I agree, and I think once we close the door in 2018 with KPIs to evaluate where the system is in its implementation of 2018, we open the door on the conversation that Tony just initiated.
Okay. I recognize what you're saying, that it is in the 2018 plan. I've read it, I see it. What I would say on the record is that this is not an admission by this work group that the district has operated in accordance with the 1967 order. That is what we're here to look at. That is the data that we're going to evaluate. And so we would like it on the record that we are not admitting to that. noting that it is in the 2018 plan, I won't object to us keeping it in the goal statement and by the agreement of the parties, adding the last sentence, and to promote participation in and provide equal access to all extracurricular activities. Okay? Okay. Moving on to the first proposed indicator, the district will, and again, we've stricken continue, the district will monitor student participation in athletic and academic extracurricular activities by race. Any objections? Okay. So indicator 1 is agreed to by all parties.
So just same premise, we already do it. So continue is, it works in that instance because this is in place and public.
I understand that, but it's not, we're not here to make a determination as to whether it's being done or not. We're just putting in place the KPIs. So it doesn't add anything to say continue. If you're already doing it, it's being done. It doesn't matter if it's continuing or not. Okay. Second proposed indicator is by the end of 2022-2023 academic year, the district will increase the percentage of African American students participating in extracurricular activities district-wide by 2 percentage points. Our proposed modification to this one was to take it from a district-wide level to a school level, and to also put in a year that we're comparing it against so that we know how to evaluate the numbers. The reason that we proposed at a school level as opposed to district-wide is because we want every school to have the increase, and if you have one that's responsible for the entire district, that's not going to help the other schools. And then we chose 2021, 2022. We're not, that was just our proposal. I don't know if you have a different year that you want to tie it against, but we thought that we needed to have some year to anchor it on.
So when you say 2 percentage points, you're not saying 2 percentage points each year we keep growing on, just 2 percentage points.
It's 2 percentage points by the end of 2022, 2023. And that's something for the work group to think about. Is the goal to increase the participation by 2 percentage points at the end of 2023 and then maintain that, or is the goal to continue to increase the participation based on the level of participation by African American students in extracurricular activities at this point?
When you're saying extracurricular, you're talking all activities.
Talking everything across the board, academic and athletic.
So I would use 18, 17, 18, or 18, 19 as a base year, because that's the last regular school year with the exception of this year.
correct.
So
That's a good point.
participate, and I don't even know what these numbers look like, but participation in sports or extracurricular activities are going to be significantly impacted when only 60% of the kids actually came to brick and mortar.
During the pandemic.
During
you're
the
saying?
pandemic. So using that as and that was pre the agreement, and what we're evaluating is the joint plan itself.
Do you have data going back that far? Because I know on the dashboard it's limited to, in certain areas, it's limited to different years.
I don't
know if we go.
I don't think that we do, because that was one of the things, as many things, that just were not being done prior to January 2020.
So that may be a problem, right? If we don't have the data for it, how can we use it as a baseline?
Sure. How far does it go back?
Well, the dashboard itself has only been in existence for about 2 years. And it was a result of Student Advisory Council surveys and the African American Student Council information that we built the dashboard.
And Jody, when you say 2 percentage points, that's for elementary, middle, and high school?
Yes.
I don't think we have the elementary baseline, do we?
I do,
Elementary activities, I mean, there's just a few clubs at elementary.
right, right, from the, every school is included on the dashboard. All activities, every program.
So for example, right now, for elementary, we show a 23.65% participation rate for African-American students at the elementary level. And that's broken down into, and I'm assuming this is updating, my internet is slow, so.
The school year is done, so it's.
No, I know, but I'm picking up from cellular from my hotspot, so it's a little slow. But there's the yearbook club, ukulele club, tutoring, track and field. Do these sound like elementary programs?
Tutoring is, yeah, they're,
Yes.
yes,
That's-
Yolanda does.
That's correct. Okay, I just want to
The
make sure
track
that
and
it's
field,
elementary.
you have a lot of travel teams, as long as they are students of Indian River County and they benefit from our programs, they're included in that dashboard.
Okay.
So basically, you're saying 2%, we don't know what year it will go from, but 2% gain
At each level.
at each level, but we're not saying 2% every year you keep gaining.
No, that's the question. What is the work group's position on that? Is it attain a certain level and maintain it? Is it reach a certain level in comparison with the population of African-American students at that level?
Just seems like a lot of your KPIs go, in relation to the population.
Yeah.
So obviously with that 20-something, we're good there in elementary. But just we have to decide which year we're going to work it from.
If we're being proactive, wouldn't it be a continuous growth?
Yeah, but Coach, then we get to 2% each year, then you go 27, 29. That would be hard, 2% each year.
But if we set the bar, irregardless of achieving it, it does not allow us to stagnate. It does not allow us to be complacent and, well, I did this, and just say that's a get out of jail free card. We have to have, having played sports, and Mr. Seymour, you can bear in, you do not set a goal to be standard. It's fluid, it's constantly moving so that you can enhance and be better and do better and increase the results. So if we just gonna say, okay, I'm happy with 2%, and once we stay at that 2%, we good.
We did it this year.
You know what I'm saying? So we good, but no, how do we, just to put it in perspective, we in a 55-year hole. Now we got to get out of it. And just to say, I'm all right with 2% to be continuous rather than increase it. I just think, we should look to.
That would be a goal for me, yes, and I'm always encouraging more participation. But as we look at what might be a rift, and we're talking about vouchers and keeping the percentages equal to the ratio of student makeup is something that we can't control. So if we say we set the bar at 2% each particular year, then by 5 years, it's going to probably be out of reach. But see, each and every year, I do not know how many African-American students that are going to show up, for any particular program. And you got a small school with only 400 or 500 students, that's a major impact when I lose 25, 30 African-American students to another school, another location, and sometimes that is a concern. So every year when I start the programs, I'm looking and shopping for who's in school, who's going to be there, who has the skill set.
But with the loss of students, then the numbers are relative to the student population. If there's only 6% African Americans at your school, then it's not expected that you're going to have a 9% participation because that's impossible.
Right,
So
but to find a chess player and a lacrosse player out of that 6% may be difficult. It's a lot of work to build that capacity with a student who may not be interested at all in the elementary school levels, and that's 13 schools.
But
that's a big number.
But that's why chess is not the only thing that is being determined. It's grouped with track, it's grouped with basketball, it's grouped
Right.
with tutoring.
If
So
they're interested, that's the key. And motivation right now is the part I play with coaches, principals, teachers, and staff to include students in every conversation, try and reach out to the families. It's kind of hard to pull them. A lot of things are built around finances, and they don't have it. And now I have a program to, give grants. I have $40,000 right now. I'm divvying up to those who are on free and reduced and have a problem, participating in those programs. So it's always work. I just don't want to put us so far out to where we can't reach our goal.
I think 2% is like nothing, honestly.
So, and Mershawn, just so I'm hearing you correctly, it would be, you would say that this 2% in this indicator would be tied to the percentage of the student body at the school. So, yeah, okay.
Because if we're breaking it down by
Yeah.
school, then we have to go based off the students at the school. Because
Right.
if there's less than if it's less than the 9% that the population, student body population has, or whatever the number is, then they're not going to be able to attain that.
Right.
So what if we, go ahead, Dr. Moore.
I struggle with this section and transportation as well. And coming from another system and mentoring all these new superintendents, what we offer and the financial commitment that we have in place to provide so much to our students, I think we're the model for all other districts to be following when it comes to extracurricular activities. Whether it's sports in middle school, which most districts do, we're financially committed to doing it. Mr. Seymour has a program in which funding will be provided. Principals have to come up with the money from their own discretionary if there's no opportunities. We're working with our unions right now to negotiate more flexibility in terms of supplements so they can have a higher, more flexibility in what they're offering. And then I look at the intent is to say, is this a unified school system? Is there equal access to all clubs and activities in the school system? I just have a hard time saying how we're doing a really, really good job here. So assessing it would be step one, and then defining, okay, if we say, all right, well, my assumptions were wrong. Everything I just said is not accurate. After we assess it, then what the next step is, what is your strategic plan to either grow it because the data says it's not in a good shape at X school, or these schools are significantly above, and then define what a.
But I guess the point of the KPI is to define what is good shape. How do we define good shape so that we're all on the same page?
And how do we measure it if we don't have a baseline to compare the 2 percentage points? So I think that's just what we're trying to figure out.
Well, and the flip side would be is we've created a system to do that, where there was no system before. We created financing to ensure all students have access, which wasn't there before. We capped or created a office on athletics and activities that wasn't there before. So if you're looking at what has been done in order to ensure this body of work is monitored and compliant, we can go through all of those different things. And none of that, which supersedes continue, because none of that was to continue, it was above and beyond, because the continue that's in the joint plan was a pretty low bar.
Yep.
Because it was continuing things that we said, oh, no, goodness gracious, we need to do better. So there's a number of things that have been done to improve what was already in place.
Couple things.
That doesn't answer your question at all, I understand.
I have the privilege of serving on that committee with Mr. Seymour, and one thing that always concerned me was, costs sometimes, cheerleading, lacrosse, equipment, and so forth. And so, in fact, we just met the other day, some great donations from some great people. And what we are making sure we do with the coaches and ADs, because I know there are some kids that don't even ask or don't even try out because they don't have the money. So we're reaching out to the coaches and ADs to make sure because they know their children better than we do. And I knew them better as a principal. What can we do to help? So that's been great, because people are starting to ask now, because some of these things are really expensive. And then the middle schools used to have a charge for each sport. High schools only have one, and we're bringing that back. You pay once, and then we'll help if you do it again, so that coaches and ADs know that. So what Mershawn just said, do we need to get something in here as far as the percentage at the school? And I know what Mr. Brown said about 2%, and man, I wish 100% would be involved, because we all know it's the best dropout prevention program we have, but we just want to make sure that we're able to monitor it and assess it. That's the main thing.
And we do have a school that's 24 out of 24 African-American students are participating in an extracurricular activity. So you'd want the indicator to be tested against each location. And what would that school do if you're going to increase
Exactly.
by 2?
Yeah.
I mean, if it's 24 and 24 is participating, then that's 100% participation. And so then it just would be reported that 100% participation of African Americans, and it's met.
So
But
it's
So it doesn't
increased,
have
so
to
it's
be-
increased to 2% until it's on par with
Oh, shoot, you have a touch screen.
the rate of African Americans at that school level, and to maintain that rate. That's what I'm hearing everyone say. Is that?
I'm sorry, I was off, I was on task.
No,
over
I
here,
was just
but-
saying, so we're trying to evaluate what's good. Like you said, we look at the data and see if we're good. So we're trying to evaluate what that standard is, and so
Well,
we
and as I say that, it could always be better.
Yeah.
So
understand that.
we're looking at what we have here, and let me just articulate what I'm looking at. So we have 5,144 students who are involved in clubs
That's the total population.
of 14,000. So 27% of our students participate in extracurricular activities. Is that inclusive of sports or no?
Inclusive of sports and all activities.
Okay, so of those, and I'm going to disaggregate and think through this data live, 28% of those students are white, 30% of those students are black, 23% are Hispanic, other 25, and then Asian is 34%, which seems drastically high. And then, our highest percent outside of Asian is in fact black.
So
Can
then, I was just going to say, so then if we included the measure that it's on par with the population,
Per school, are you saying?
So let's go to.
Well, there's other variables involved. So in some communities, they go to karate, or they go to Little League, or they go to this things that cost money that's outside of the scope of the school system.
Is it Sebastian Elementary?
My question, with two numbers you gave, the African-American participation was at, what, 34%?
You don't change the screen, but I think it was 33.
Yeah, 30.4.
Asian was 38.
That, to me, seems rather high.
No,
Yeah,
no, just follow me. Let's define it. Your African-Americans is football, basketball, and track. Your Asians are in the academia aspects of extracurricular. See, this is where we're trying to shift this thing, even though you're doing the money and you're doing all of this,
I don't disagree.
it's a process of these kids have been pushed out. At a later date, I have some numbers where $2,500 to join a program. But then when you join the program, you're not inclusive. You're not welcome. You're not, so, when you look at those numbers, and I think that 38% Asian just busts us in the face. If you break that down, it's going to be different extracurricular, not relative to football, basketball, and track, which you would see, I'm almost certain that 98% of that 30-some-odd% of African Americans are related to those three sports.
Let's look. So do a search and then put in those three sports.
And also,
It is,
right
there.
the district proposed 2 percentage points.
So,
We just agreed to that.
Yep,
So I'm not,
we're just figuring out.
we're trying to,
figure.
one,
But we had district-wide, so now
Is
we're
that a big
looking at a
difference?
school level.
I mean-
You're looking at one school. If it's 2% at each school, the way that the
You just wanna see
proposal is
sport.
now, we have district-wide, which is in alignment to our strategic plan.
Sport.
Yeah, but district-wide doesn't allow you to get down in the weeds to determine if there's issues and where those issues are.
I understand, I was just saying that
Yeah, so
that was
it's
the main
mass.
difference in our proposal, is school versus
district,
district.
yes.
So that's what we should talk about.
I like it, school.
Let me give you an example. Some people may not like this name.
Can't hear you.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Wait, don't give him the mic, push
No,
it
no,
back.
no one's ever said that about him having a low voice.
We're gonna have to be school-wide. I was looking at the DSEG order in, I don't know, 2000 or something, so I'm in my office. And we're talking about whether or not we met the DSEG order, and the superintendent at the time, Dr. Adams, came in and said that we met it. And I said, what do you mean? And so she said, well, just count the number of custodians and you have the percentage that you need. And I said, well, no, Doc. It says administrative assistants, teachers, administrators, all these different areas. So when you say a 2% overall, you could be pulling anybody in there, and that can be played upon. We want to know exactly what we're looking at and not have a situation that's kind of like that where you can just count, okay, 2%, we got football players. We made the 2%. When we have students who are shut out of lacrosse or shut out of cheerleading or shut out of something else.
So we're still saying if we go by school, 2 percentage points, and maintain those rates each year after. So we're looking, but you said something about,
I can live with that. I'm just saying, if we're gonna be forward-thinking, I'm back into what Jody said. I agree with that, but I'm just saying, as a group, our mindset should not be locked into just defining that, oh, we're good with the DSEG order, we're good with the joint plan. She's given us a scenario to do good among ourselves. And we seem to be fighting it on minor stuff, the 2% by school to be maintained. But I was adding in, we should think to make it even stronger than that, to make it 3%, 8%, whatever, but the 2% by school to be maintained is a perfect scenario. It's a good scenario, I
Would
won't
say
say
to
perfect.
increase yearly, right?
Until
Like in my
it's
mind,
met.
it was 2%, and
Until
then
it's on-
each year,
reaches
Should go
parity.
better.
yeah, increase too.
'Cause I understand, like, they're saying there's a school with 100% participation, we're good with that.
Right.
Or if, the student population, Black population is only 14%, once they're at 14%, like, we're not expecting to go above that.
Could I ask you to clarify that? So you're saying if the school is 14% black,
Not 100% of Black students participate in extracurricular, but the amount of students participating in the pool of those participating in extracurricular activities, that pool is 14% Black.
gotcha.
The example that you gave of the 24, what was that? What school was that? What? Fellsmere? Okay, so 24 students and all 24 were involved in some extracurricular. All right. And then the baseline would be, you said 2 years ago?
That would be the most efficient baseline because it was
Efficient
regular,
baseline.
but Mr. Seymour's leadership was not under this area at that time, or over that area, so this dashboard didn't exist. So there was nothing to monitor what percents, these percents that we're now
Okay.
talking about, we had no clue.
So when the dashboard came alive, then that's when we have the baseline?
Yeah.
And what year is that?
That was 2021
Last year.
when we started working on the dashboard. But it had a lot to do too with Mr. Brown's questions, and he was asking, how do we monitor how do we know who's in these programs? And we didn't have a formidable way of just saying we can pull that data right away. So that's how we started working. And it's still in the works, and it's going to get even better, but at least we have something.
it is, yeah, it's good.
Only one thing, your 24% relative to Fellsmere, I don't think is relative to the conversation, because the population of Fellsmere.
Correct, but the way it's written is by school. Well, and we have unique school
But I'm just
communities.
saying, using that in this arena, that would be when you have a 98, 99% population that's exclusive of African Americans. So I do understand it, but her scenario is by school, but we do understand Failsmere. So we could sit on back and forth, but if we can agree on what Jody presented, that's moving forward.
Okay, what I wrote is, and again, I think we're probably arguing over nothing
Yes.
in this context, right? Just looking
Why
at
are
the
you looking
numbers.
at me?
You're the one looking at the data, so I know you know.
Well, I do know, and
Yeah.
that's, to be very transparent and honest, of students participating in extracurricular schools, Black is the highest percent in almost all with the exception of 2 or 3 schools, which would be those outliers. So creating something where that participation is the highest, I just think you evaluate what you currently have, and if it's 2% growth as a foundation, it still doesn't mean there's a Herculean effort to have what we currently have in place. And what I'm really, I don't know what this data was. None of us knows what it was 3 years ago. But I do know the work that Eric and Kira have done, and the principals have done, and our club sponsors have done in listening to students. I know it's a heck of a lot better than it was 3 years ago. And somehow we're not capturing that growth. Now, I 100% agree with Tony. Now, the real conversation, or the next conversation, really should be,
That is the next KPI. That we'll see. It's on there. It's on there. But let me try to get agreement on this one as I've redrafted it, okay? By the end of the 2022-2023 academic year, the district will increase the percentage of African American students participating in extracurricular activities at each school by 2 percentage points and will continue to increase African American participation year after year until the number of African American students participating in extracurricular activities at the school is at least equal to their representation of the overall population of African American students at that school. Very wordy, but you know where I'm going with this.
And so, under that proposal, Jody, if there are if already there are many more African-American students participating than as are represented at that school, then they would not need to increase it because they've already met the target.
And that's just in
Yeah,
this year,
that's
so
clear.
that's this year, 22, 23.
That's this year. The problem is we have, we don't have a baseline.
Correct.
Could we use 21, 22?
Or was that also a COVID year?
I mean,
Was it a COVID year?
Well, every year with the exception of this year has been,
It has, in some respect.
attendance and participation has been impacted, not so much this year. Other things are impacted this year. But that would be, I just need to see how, this is a stacked database, so it's growing and adding, updating daily versus frozen in time. So I just need to ask.
And see, there are certain numbers now that I would watch and say, okay, that's not an accurate count, but you think about football. They've erased all of the seniors and students that will not be on the team, so they haven't updated their list. And as they make the season, they'll start to update. And then once they update, it has to be fed into Mr. McMahon. Mr. McMahon, on a monthly basis, will give us a new number. But also, we need to consider, too, that when we see our African-American numbers up, I watch other factors. There's after-school tutorials, which is considered an activity, but technically it's just for support. There's also, we have a high number of our African-American student councils. The numbers are high, really high, which is good, and we want to continue to increase that. But, it's a choice by the student.
Yeah. I like that where you define it as a support or a volunteer and not put it in there as extracurricular, because it's really not.
Right.
Then it skews the numbers.
So let's let you know this is true data.
That's all. What would you see as a base? How would you do that, Jody?
I mean, if, it's very difficult to create a
I know.
baseline when there's no data for it. So what we can do is
Change a year, Jody?
change the year
Just because we have a baseline, I mean,
or
'cause that's right
agree that
now.
the district will increase the numbers from what they are now.
I think it started in 2020, they're saying they have data from 2020, right?
But it
But
was,
not-
the
Not for this system.
participation
Not for
was
extracurricular.
low because of
Oh,
COVID.
And that was COVID.
We potentially, if we want to tentatively agree, we have data from 1920. It would just, we would have to look back. We have it by district totals. We just would have to see what counts contributed to the district total, and if there's a way to, we would have to know, is there a way at this time to look at it at a school level? 1920.
2020,
19/20.
19.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Sorry.
I think the equity committee looked at it by school.
But it was only COVID at like
We
the
have,
end of the year.
we have October.
And if we went on the rolling 5 rather than 3, we could go back to the equity committee, and those, I think, Michonne requested those numbers.
God only knows what you got.
But I'm just saying, right now, we have nothing.
Sure.
And we need, in order to make it relevant, we do need a baseline.
So instead of 22, 23, put 23, 24 and have the baseline this year? I mean, I don't think it's that hard.
As compared to 2022, 2023.
Yeah, I mean, that's where we definitely, I mean, Mr. Seymour, it's correct.
Because it was skewed for COVID. And I don't think they were really doing it.
Dashboard was up, we have the numbers.
We have data historically. We just know what we have now is actually, it's accurate because it's in the student information system. It's pulling, like, this is subjective based on potentially what the school submitted. Where now we know by extracurricular, by school, and it's linked in the student information system.
Okay. By the end of the 2023-2024 academic year, the district will increase the percentage of African American students participating in extracurricular activities at each school by 2 percentage points as compared to the 2022-2023 academic year. It will continue to increase African American participation year after year until the number of African American students participating in extracurricular is at least equal to their representation of overall population of African American students at the school.
Jody, real quick,
Yes.
about 2/3 in, you say the number of African American students.
So the number
participating.
of African American
Should that
students.
be the
Percentage. Percentage.
If we're looking for a baseline, Dr. Shafter, Eric, you two with the dashboard, where would you say your solid numbers come into play? Where in 2022? Because we have to find some sort of baseline. And you said your dashboard is what, basically 2 years?
Yes, a year and a half.
And
two.
but the,
Right,
that part of the extracurricular was not in there.
right. I think the academic programs at elementary schools are pretty persistent. Those numbers don't change much, but we have to be careful too, because what we ask for can also be adjusted in a way that you can either make the numbers look really good based on what you're looking for, or they can be off a little bit. For instance, if I were a student and I decided to play sports and play chess, that's 2 individuals.
Right.
So, you know, how we select those, that disaggregated data is based on how we create, you know, the criteria.
So if I understand you correctly, you're saying one student could participate in 3 different extracurricular activities and they're now counted 3 times?
No, our dashboard breaks it apart. We have total counts, and then we have, to make it consistent, count and percentage of students involved in one, like
One.
just a a unique count versus a duplicative count.
We have both,
We've
though. I'm
both.
saying it's, we can either or both, you know.
Got it. Okay, agreement on KPI 2? Yes?
Well, let's go to KPI 3 before we. I struggle with now, the things that are in place without having, what does the data currently say? We're tentatively agreeing on a data set that we actually, 2% of what? What was the baseline? How far are we from already being in compliance with the percent of students compared to the percent of participation? Are there, in certain schools, the level of participations are going to be impacted by other variables, because so many kids do not participate in extracurricular activities because their parents could afford for them to do other things outside of the school.
But that's going to apply to all races, right?
Yeah.
It would apply to all races in which the finances were the same, but that would actually inflate the numbers in some scenarios. So I'm just looking at the intent here is one unified school system, and have we established that bar, which is one conversation, and then the next conversation is what do we do to enhance and refine the system to improve it, which is, I don't think unitary status and extracurricular activities should be a driving force for continuing this conversation. And I think and maybe I'm hypersensitive to this in a few other areas, because I know what we're doing is substantially, is solid. And then ultimately, we're agreeing to things that we should be doing. No one disagrees with that, but should not be contingent upon unitary status. Should be it should be the thing to do because it's the thing to do. So that's my struggle. And I know what the counter is. The counter is, well, we want to make sure it gets done, and this is the average point that we have. So you don't even have to say it because you said it 100 times, and that's just my struggle.
You admitted something about being hypersensitive. And that's where we, as a group, on this side, try to be analytical and look at the totality of the process. And as it relates to African-American, and especially African-American, but brown children and other children as well, we can't afford to be hypersensitive in the manner that it will cloud our vision as to where we go. And I mean, you seeing it as an administrator, as the superintendent, so you are in a mindset that you got to defend what is already going on. We're on the outside. We don't have a clue. And without the data, we have to go on what you say or what the district say. So it's a give and take proposition where each side got to give and take. And in certain areas, we got to move the pendulum relative to trying to do the right thing and not stuck on, well, we're doing this, and this may be a problem, or that may be a problem. We will be here forever if we try to micromanage it to the finest, infinite. I just think what you're saying, being hypersensitive, I think that was a good thing, and it allows you to say, okay, maybe I better look at this a little broader.
I just want, so let me, just to, I don't know, prove your point. IRA, which is one school I just clicked on. Chorus, 22 students participating, 6 are black. Key Club, 17 students participating, 2 are black. Robotics, 3 students, 0 are black. Safety Patrol, 21 students, 4 are black. STEAM, 1 student, Hispanic. Track and Field, 38 students participating, 18 are black. So that to me is like, oof, that's rich data to say, all right, how do I get more kids in robotics, the total of the school? Maybe it's the sponsor. That's what I want to talk about. STEAM, that's where we want to get. So that's the conversation I'd want to have. I just don't think.
But if you aggregate their numbers, they already met the.
Surpassed it.
Like, they
I
surpassed
know, but that's,
it, yeah.
that's, I don't want to argue, but
Because
that's,
it's by school.
Surpassed it.
I mean, we could go deeper and
that's
say
still not a good
by
thing.
But
program.
I understand what you're, I understand what you're,
18
but we're here, but we're all here on a Saturday to talk about KPIs. We're not here to talk about whether you could take the case to Judge Williams right now and say that we reached unitary status on extracurricular. We're here in good faith to talk about how we can measure what you've already done successfully. And so I just feel like we're fighting over nothing because the numbers are there on this. And so I really can't for the life of me.
maybe I'm just too emotional.
You admit
Like,
that
it's
you're
done, no,
hypersensitive.
but it's, you look at the numbers on extracurricular, and there's participation. I mean, the numbers are good, they're solid, so I just don't, like, can they be better? Like you said, absolutely, but what we've proposed and what I believe we've all agreed to is a check for you. So I don't know.
I heard it.
I understand what you're saying, and as we're.
There's ones we're gonna fight
perusing the
over, I just
data-
don't think it's this one.
No.
Okay, no, okay, that's good.
I think this is the other thing where, like, if there are two outliers and there are variable explanations for the outliers, that those are things we're not prohibited from taking into consideration.
Absolutely.
I mean, it sounds like Dr. Moore wants to do it by extracurricular activity, which I'm okay with. It's okay in school.
But I think that's, to me, that's the most powerful conversation, where we're not looking, you're just looking at here, like, what can we do at one of our most transformed schools, one of the biggest turnarounds in this system? There's still opportunities to improve.
Make
And
it better.
extracurricular activities in this community, this school community, that's gonna be all some of these kids get. I'm just gonna be real. It's not like Beachland where they're all gonna go to karate and this, that, and swimming lessons and everything. And I say that because I just heard you say that. So it's an important thing to continue to focus in on, but I get it. I just want to talk
But
about
right,
the
and
right things.
I understand, Dr. Moore, what he's saying, but right now, what you just said, I mean, I don't think there'd be an issue with that as far as what we need to do for our students. And when we look at after-school activities, I know why some kids, a lot of them are after school, and unless there's a bus home, parents can't pick them up. So those are other things we can dig into. You know, I know schools, I used to have 2 buses a week. I think most schools are down to 1 because it's expensive, but I think what we just said here now can work. But I understand what Dr. Moore said. Then we got to look and say, okay, why can't we get more in this area, in that area, and so forth?
So why don't we do that? Why don't we move on to 3?
Yep.
So 3 is our attempt to address that. And the most glaring example of the split between the participation of African Americans in athletics compared to academics is shown in the National Honor Society.
I've got to comment on that. I used to run the National Honor Society. That is a grade point average that is
Yep.
required, 3.5 unweighted unless it's changed. So that's a standard for, I did National Junior Honor Society and National Honor Society. So
So is the participation,
based on GPA.
yeah, but is the participation this low because African American students aren't attaining those GPAs?
3.5, that's my assumption. Mr. Browning, I mean, when we were at, trying to think high school.
It's on the dashboard.
Oh, the one right now, there's 205 students participating. Of the 205.5% are black.
Again, that's a standard from the long time ago. 3.5 unweighted unless it's changed.
But doesn't that, isn't
There are
that glaring?
205
Yeah, it's glaring.
That's
participants in the
glaring.
National Honor
That's-
Society, and 13
that's,
of
I
them
mean,
are
point-
African American.
You said, do that one more time, 200 and some students,
Oh, when you do by percent.
and .5?
13
Um,
total. If we're talking total numbers, 205 are participating in what's National Honor Society. Of the 205, 13 are black for a percent of 0.5.
Only point.
Now, what Doc is saying is there's a, and this is the school, and this is a secondary thing, because they don't have this in elementary,
No,
do they?
no, we have it, I
Junior-
had it at the middle school and high school.
Middle school.
I got National junior honors.
That's 6.3, maybe we combined the two.
So what the bottom line there is how are we helping get our GPAs up with our
Right.
students? That's the bottom line, you know?
That's the bottom line.
And I think that will come in the KPIs and as we set the goals. That's why, you know, I know Jody's frustration, if we got this locked in the goals, that we can now manipulate each one of these elements and the KPIs associated to make sure that we do progress. Because that's so glaring, and having been around, it takes me back, okay, well, a former superintendent, say he went to Sebastian Middle, and he went to the honors class in math. It was 98% white kids. He went to general math, and it was 98% black and kids of color. So these numbers are not going to ever change if we don't. I mean, that's where I get caught up between equal and equitable. You know, so.
Yeah, because, I mean, you could enroll the students into the honors courses, but if they don't get the support that they need to succeed, they're not going to succeed.
What about, is it possible to create, I'm sure it is, but is it possible to create a tab on the side of the dashboard to separate athletic from academic?
I'm trying to do that right
Yeah.
right now.
Good move. 'Cause
And then maybe what this KPI says is that the goal is to increase the participation in academic extracurriculars.
For this one right now we're talking about?
Yeah,
Judy?
for the one that we're talking about, National Honor Society.
Say that one more time.
Spirit Club, nope. STEAM,
Yeah.
yes.
So what I'm saying is, instead of targeting the National Honor
Yeah, that's
Society,
No tutor.
what if we create
Ukulele? No kidding.
a tab on the dashboard that will separate academic from athletic, and then say, participation in academic extracurriculars shall be increased, whatever the number we decide on, until the participation of African American students in academic extracurriculars meets the percentage of the population of African American students in that level, whatever. So basically the same thing that we did broadly for extracurricular, we now drill down and say,
The Indians, did anybody
Mr.
know?
Seymour, do they have to have a minimum GPA, though, for athletics?
Yeah,
So,
2.0.
oh, two?
FHSAA 2.0.
And then, I'm gonna shut up, because once you go into ESE and all of that, you got ways around that 2.0, you know, because I've seen where kids on the Vero Beach High School football team were functionally illiterate. So, you know.
And, you know, from what I'm hearing, this indicator could be a way to capture the tutoring services that are provided that are maybe not captured in the extracurricular bucket.
I would not include tutoring, and
I don't think I would either.
I
Okay.
think that's disingenuous.
Oh,
It was
I'm just trying to give you all credit for something you're doing.
But thank you.
It's a
Thank
novel idea, but
But you're
it don't
saying
need to be a fault.
a
No.
student needs remediation to be on grade level, and
Sure.
we're counting it
as
as
an
a
I see.
acceleration academic
I
component.
don't think we
Yeah.
thought of
And I didn't
tutoring
click
in
it
that
here.
way.
Yeah.
And I just went through it, and some of these things I don't necessarily know what they are, but anything I would consider enrichment, and it's, let me see there, it captured 1,200 kids, another 1,200 kids, 337 were black for 12.2% of that population. And don't write that down, because it's just me clicking on things that are not bowling, cheerleading, chorus, course recovery, there's probably a few things that I missed. Like esports, I would include esports.
Oh, yeah, that could be a
Um,
sanction at FHSAA.
Oh, FBL, I didn't click on that.
But that goes back to, on the extracurriculars, I know some teachers are doing this now because kids can't stay after school because there's no bus. So we started doing some during lunchtime sometimes. So, you know, if we want to increase in the academic area, absolutely. It's just that we have to make sure that, what's the barrier that they can't do it after school, and how do we work on that? I know a lot of teachers started doing lunch
Yeah.
time, and that was really good. They just bring the lunch to classroom and have it, you know, the activity.
What we could do is define, these are the academic clubs that we have.
Yeah.
Push that out to everybody and say, do we all collectively agree? Here's the complete list. Here's the ones that we have. And then that becomes what our baseline would be. Or we run those numbers, because whatever it's gonna be, I'm gonna want it to be more, but it could be in a halfway okay place.
I think, Joe,
One we did, yes.
What? I thought we agreed on two. I have two on my
Yeah.
agreement, plus
Yeah,
a
yeah.
goal statement.
yeah. Number three, going back, I think what Jody recommended would enhance or simplify that indicator 3 if we did academics.
Academic, yeah,
Just
I agree.
put something in there to say,
Academic.
not reflective of athletics, or how, your word is, verbiage, Jody.
Because that's where we need to increase.
I think we agree on that.
We
Well,
need to agree on the academic extracurriculars.
so that's where
Yeah.
we need to.
I'll put
have
it in,
yeah.
I'll capitalize it, so we can make it a defined term.
I messed it up.
Can you all agree to propose to us what that list should be?
Yes, we can.
I also know that we're at an hour, just a quick time check, and I do see that we did not make any changes to your proposed indicators 5 and 6. So
And that'll make us good.
I think that means that perhaps we also,
Say we did an hour.
Yeah, we did. I mean, 5 and 6 are, but we
We
haven't
just,
talked about 4 yet.
we just have to do
haven't talked
4.
about 4.
I'm
Which I don't,
ready.
you know,
And 3, we just need, we just need to.
Academic instead of the, yeah, that would work.
Okay.
So what I have for 3 is, the district in each school shall increase the percentage of African-American students participating in academic extracurricular,
Right.
capitalized
That's the key.
activities from, I just say academic extracurriculars, from the existing number to a percentage that is, because we don't know what that number is, to a percentage that is at least equal to the African-American representation, to the representation of the overall population of African-American students.
So increase it.
Overall or overall high school? Did you leave high school in?
High school.
Oh, you need it.
She couldn't hear you.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
I think indicator 4, we also,
Oops, shoot.
Okay, for 4.
Only thing with that is that since Mr. Seymour is advocating, I'm just, I think it should go to Mr. Seymour. You do that anyway. And I want to talk about African-American Student Council. I was going to one of the meetings, I wasn't feeling well, so I did it on the phone. And this is at Vero Beach High School. I'm going to tell you something. That group was phenomenal, phenomenal. And I saw a lot of them later at the TRIO Upward Bound graduation and scholarships and so forth, so I'm proud of how, I don't know much about them in the middle schools right now, but I'm proud of what they're doing in our high schools. Smart kids. But anyway, that should go to Mr. Seymour, just my 2 cents.
Well, that's good.
I haven't talked to him about it.
you're signing up for it, Mr.
I haven't talked to him about it. But he does that anyway with his advocacy, right?
Yes.
Mr. Seymour?
I like the part, provide direct access.
Yeah, that I do too. Absolutely.
So is it what, forgive me, Mr. Seymour, what is your title?
Maybe we're
So,
not
just
so
in case.
specific, we're to the responsible office, like we don't define the office, just.
Well, I think the point is to give them a direct
Direct.
report,
Yeah.
like someone that they know that this is my contact, this is my
So you can say to
sponsor,
the
this is
assistant,
my
the
liaison.
assistant superintendent with oversight of extracurriculars. That
It
would be
may
the
not be
highest,
at-
that's
understood,
the replacement
yeah.
for what we have. So we have the Director of Academic Compliance and Equity, but that should instead be the
The assistant superintendent. Who, it's Mr. Seymour, but you want the plan to sustain potential staff, like responsibilities, but it still gives you the highest level of communication between. So,
Okay, assistant superintendent for extracurricular activities.
Who oversees extra?
Oh, who oversees extracurricular activities.
Yes.
Without that access, it could be a paper tiger.
No, that's good access. Yeah, that's good. We were okay on the last one, right? 6.
So from that section,
That was a world record for us.
It wasn't bad.
do we do the package?
The next is.
The only thing we're missing is the baseline.
Yeah, moving on to recruitment.
Why not transportation?
We gotta go back.
Recruitment.
We had started this one, I believe, during our last meeting. I think we had agreed on indicator 1, but since then, and forgive me, it's hard to track all of the red lines sometimes and who's responsible for them.
Yep.
But I believe that the district removed the targets and strategies articulated by the the targets and strategies articulated by the SDIRC district strategies plan. And instead, it just refers to the recruitment plan.
Jody, we did that at the last.
Oh, we did that one.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm
yeah.
sorry. Let me just record it. Forgive me.
So I think we're on to indicator 2. Which our proposal attempted to give a more specific, measurable element to indicator 2. So the district will maintain diverse hiring committees, including no fewer than 1 African-American representative, while using universal application and interview protocols for the selection of instructional vacancy candidates.
Framework based on a course offered by the national.
What'd you say, Dr. Moore?
I'm just reading,
That's ours.
That's your note.
I think we already
We
do
do.
this.
I know.
Perfect. So
We do this.
you're
One
winning.
down.
Yep.
Okay, great. So moving on.
I think indicator 3 was
What section
also
is this?
proposed by the district.
Yes, and we agreed to that one.
If we do that.
Adopted.
Brooke for 4?
We're on 4 then, yeah.
Well, 3, we proffered and they
Yep.
didn't change, so that's.
Yeah, we accepted that one. Okay, indicator 4, the district will recruit African-American teachers and instructional staff with early childhood and/or literacy specialization for the VPK program.
We work with our director or principal of early childhood, and she's just recommending some language change. You want to go over what that should be?
So the district will recruit African-American teachers and instructional staff with early childhood and/or emergent is the addition, literacy specialization, and then for the early learning program, which encompasses pre-K, VPK. She thought that was
Great.
a stronger statement.
It's from Brooke, yeah.
I can deal with strengthening.
Indicator 5, the district shall, we broke this one up. The district shall enhance established relationships with the following universities. We didn't know what relationships you had. Fill in the blank. By increasing the number of interviewed candidates from those schools annually by 1.25% by 2025. The district shall also expand HBCU partnerships by establishing recruiting relationships with, leaving it open to discussion for the work group, what universities want to be targeted by 2025. So you're enhancing relationships and expanding the pool.
To define them, I go back to something several years ago, Mr. Seymour and I had a conversation about, we stagnated in the state of Florida when we have teachers and administrators, Tennessee State, Delaware State, Spelman, even if, because of the decrease in people going into the profession, we have to expand our recruiting. And also, I think we cheat ourselves by not looking very closely at the Florida states and all of those who have educational programs that have African Americans within those programs on their campuses. We have to have a wider mindset when we are trying to recruit, because the participation in teaching is kind of on a shaky road.
Where are we going now, Dr. Moore? I know some
So,
of them.
I mean, as I read this one, I think the indicator needs to evaluate in going backwards. So like, once again, we created a recruitment office. We've created these, or reestablished a number of relationships. We have teams that are going out, all things that were shady at best prior. And then we could say 2025. I don't think it should say 2025, because that's adding to the joint plan. Something, as soon as we finish the day or the next time we meet, we can then turn around and say, all right, now provide us the data on these indicators and let's evaluate where we are. And if we create an indicator that says it's by 2025, by default, we can't meet it, and we won't get credit for things we rightfully have done. Probably should have done 50 years ago, but we've done it in the last 3 years. So,
And it's hard because we don't have a baseline, right? So we're operating in a world where
Why 1.25 then?
0.25%.
And my
So the same
question-
number plus 25%.
I know, but why 1.25?
It's just our proposal, open to discussion.
No, I
It
just-
wasn't, so,
I didn't know if it
well,
was-
to start with,
If we interview 10 candidates, what's the 1.25% increase?
you're asking me to do math.
I know.
It wasn't on the bar.
And when we talk about establishing relationships.
Hold on. Yeah, I was just going to do it on my calculator, 12 and a half,
That would
yeah.
be 12 and a half if it was 10.
I want to go backwards with something Dr. Moore said about what we're already doing. My question, devil's
10
advocate,
times
would be,
1.25.
in this moment, is it working?
Why is that wrong?
You know what I'm saying?
I can
If-
tell you, I know, I don't know. I just talked to Tish Hart yesterday, and Dr. Moore was going over school scores, and hers just went, I mean, boom, 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 boom. And we were talking about it, and she had just gone on a recruiting trip, I don't know where, but she met a couple teachers there. They saw her face, they felt comfortable, they're going to her school. You know, that kind of thing. What?
That was Florida.
Okay, I didn't know where it was. But anyway, I think to myself, that's, you know, who's going, what, would they could make the connection when Mr. Browning used to go and, well, you had the contracts and just call them. We got them. So establishing a relationship is the key thing here for me. But what Tish just said yesterday, I thought, man, that's what we need to do. So,
Do you know the number of schools that you have relationships with,
well,
HBCUs?
It would vary year to year, but I could tell you, we could probably look back for the past, how long has Ms. Crisafulli been in that role, Mr. Seymour? 3 years, 4 years?
Yes. And I can name a few off the top of my head, but if, they've recently gone to Jackson State,
Jackson, yeah.
Howard University, Valdosta State, North Carolina University, Morgan State,
You go to Bethune and Florida A&M.
Bethune-Cookman, of course, yeah. And even to get Florida State one point.
they were just at Florida State. Twice, actually. Florida State and then FAMU.
Network
yeah,
Water's
they've
been
been
recertified, accredited?
I don't think
I
so.
don't think so.
I don't
No.
think so, Coach. I
They
don't think
did
so.
Hampton University as well.
Since 2021, FAMU, Delaware State, Grambling State, Howard, NC, AT&T State, Bethune-Cookman, Florida Fund for Minority Teachers, which is an annual Florida Department of Education event, Norfolk State, and then we have a partnership with Diversity in Education. So our person that oversees that is on their board. So she supports national recruiting through that organization, Georgia State University and Alabama State University, in addition to what she's done this year.
Do you have a list of how many candidates are interviewed as a result of the recruiting events from these schools?
I
Is it-
could ask her. I don't know how she currently keeps track of like the conditional contract, what's offered, how many come.
And I think for this particular indicator, it's recruitment, so we would be, I think, interested in measuring the applicants and interviewed applicants in particular.
Just for HBCUs or all recruiting?
I think for this indicator was HBCU specific.
So
I
we're-
just
so
put a
we-
word in, enhance and continue established relationships.
Some of them are pretty good.
Are there any HBCUs that you feel should be included, or that there are relationships with that could help the district?
I think when me and Mr. Semo spoke, it is that parameter, if you make that arc, if you went as far as Howard, that was, unless Kevin or Michonne knows some that kind of took in some of those you and I talked about years ago. Delaware, you got Jackson State, you got Valdosta, you got Shaw University. I think they have a pretty good.
North Carolina A&T.
Yeah,
Yes.
or North Carolina Central.
Alabama, and we got,
Yeah.
and they went to Jackson
Yeah.
State also. So.
Yeah,
Yeah.
remember Jackson State.
What is with this $5,000 recruitment? What is with this $5,000 recruitment bonus that the Learning Alliance is doing to get, and the reason I ask about that too is coupled with, I know when I went to, I believe it was North Carolina or South Carolina, some of the students, their state offered them, I think, a partial payment of student loans or something like that, loan forgiveness to stay and teach in the state. So,
We have a program through the Ed Foundation that provides offsets for the cost of living. The Learning Alliance is providing funding for work, not a signing bonus or anything like that. There's a number of criteria that has to be completed for, to be a model classroom. So it's additional work.
so is that not for new teachers or?
No, it would be for someone who would be willing to do that work over this, but it would be for a new teacher, yes, if they wanted to go in and do that summer work. So it's outside the confines of the workday and work that they would have to do to, compensate them for doing that additional work. So it's not a bonus by any means.
Okay, but every dollar helps.
Yeah.
Oh, no, for sure, and any, for sure.
Dr. Moore, I think this year there was a relocation that we were able to work out through a grant.
Okay, that's what I was trying to say, yeah.
So, but it will cover some of their moving expenses.
And with the lack of teachers and the need of teachers, I mean, incentives, we got to think way outside the box. To come here is a challenge. So now you incentivize it that I would maybe want to come, And I was thinking on what he said when we all read that article about whatever it was, about the $5,000. If I'm graduating out of college, and you can offer me something like that up front, if you could do it within the district to enhance a program at a certain school, I'm looking at why can't we do it some kind of way to bring in teachers, especially when we need them? Or do we really, I mean, I'm just outside the box. And money talks.
I know.
Yes, it does.
And, I think I got a biased concept because I'm on CSAC. So I'm looking at the money,
Yeah.
and I'm looking at the money that certain organizations is getting. And I'm trying to figure out what they're doing with it. And in a situation like this, I bring that bias to the table. Hey, you getting so many, I think this year we dealing with almost a $3 million budget. And a lot of it's coming into the school district. So just thinking some money, when you go to Delaware State or Morgan, Howard or wherever, you got a contract in your hand and an incentive package. Boy, that tear down walls. Just a thought.
So what were the moving expenses that we were giving, or she worked through a grant?
With an organization and obtained a grant to assist with relocation costs. And I think there's a couple at one of our elementary schools who are awarded, yep. But I don't know how many have.
So, for indicator 5, because it seems like you already have a great relationship with many HBCUs in the South, I'm thinking of how we can best measure and capture that relationship as it relates to recruitment. So as we've framed it, it would be increasing the number of interviewed candidates from those efforts, but let us know if you think that there's a better way to capture this.
So I guess we're looking at how many applicants, how many interviews. So you're just looking to increase the number of interviewed candidates, correct?
Now, she wants to know, if you're doing this work, how do you capture what is being done? The number of applicants, how many,
Right.
what was done at each school? How many recruits did you acquire? Am I close?
I think so. I mean, we're really just,
We're open to it. Just
Yeah,
how do you
we're open
measure-
to it,
How do
just
you
sort
of
measure the
figuring it-
relationship, the strength of
Yeah.
the relationship?
How do you enhance?
I mean, as a principal, I kept track of my applicants, the interviews, and then those that I recommended. And I just did that. I think all our principals do that.
Initially, when we were asking about that, we were looking at the communications between the colleges, because if you're saying that you have a relationship, how do you prove that? You show your visits, you show the communications you've had between you and those different colleges.
so is that something that we should include as sort of, as we've included in other sections, like one of these measurement KPIs where we say like reporting
Right,
KPI,
yeah.
like report to us the communications, the applicants,
Right.
and the interviewed
Yeah.
candidates from list HBCUs?
We can say contacts,
Yeah.
visits,
Contacts, visits, and then-
however you want to classify it.
I think that both the communications and then, of course, like the number of applicants and those interviewed would be helpful things for us to look at so we can measure.
I almost wish you had a dashboard like Seymour's dashboard, so you can pull up how many came from Howard, how many from FAM, how many from BCC, how many from BCU, but you don't have that in the dashboard yet.
We have an internal dashboard, it's just not public facing.
Okay, and that would be great. Then that, all those things would be readily available. And because like Mr. Brown said, if we just stick with increasing the interviews and focusing on interviews, you could interview 100 people and only get 2. But then looking at your dashboard, you got 5 from FAMU, 10 from Bethune-Cookman, or whatever, and then you know where, you know, almost like a business model. You know where your return on investment's coming from. We never get anybody from Savannah State or whatever. Why go there?
And on another level, it's due diligence. If we questioning you, that dashboard or whatever could show that you did do what was necessary or attempted to do what was necessary, so. I think Adrian got it kind of worded right.
So how would we summarize that?
Okay, so I was just doing the records one that you were proposing. I said, the district shall record and maintain the following information with respect to its relationship with HBCUs: the contact with each school, the visits to each school for recruiting purposes, the number of applicants from each school, the number of applicants interviewed from each school, and the number of applicants recommended. I think you said recommended, Dr. Jones,
Yeah,
recommended.
we recommend to the board, yes.
We say, instead of numbers,
Mhm.
names too. Don't just tell me you got 15 people. I want to know there were 15 people that actually existed. I would get some stuff on the equity committee that. Oh, I'm so sorry. Could we add the list of names too? Because I think with me and Mershawn both, we would get numbers and say, hey, where's the record behind this? And if you've got those names listed, then we understand. Like, for instance, I saw the one kid's name at, it's a shame when you can call him a kid, I guess I'm old. I saw the one kid's name at Rosewood, Antonique Ellis, and finally got to meet her, and she's from FAMU, Miss FAMU Teacher of the Year or something like that, and she ended up being my son's teacher. So that was somebody who, you know, actually existed and was a high-quality candidate. So, and it's all public record anyway. If you're interviewing somebody, if they put an application, it's public record. If you interview them, it's public record. If it's, you know, so that list wouldn't be like, you know, you say student list, what are the student names or whatever,
Right.
and have that asterisk 10 stuff. Who creates that dashboard?
I'm just trying to think through, I have no issues with anything you just said.
No, I mean, you don't have to go out and buy a dashboard, or it's a database, or I guess any kind of database, Excel
Most of, I
spreadsheet.
mean, outside the names, but I'm thinking, I'd have to circle back with Ms. Christofoli. At a recruiting fair, you have these tables, and you know, you have your little swag, and we've all been to them. You come up, and she's trying to sell us, but I don't, you know, what's an interview, what's a contact, how many people, some of the nuts and bolts of how she does that work with her various team members that go. We may need to kind of articulate some of that, because there's a difference between, you know, I had the opportunity to have 200 people visit my booth.
Right.
Of the 200 that visited, you know, I interviewed 15 who were serious, or, you know, so
15
there's.
applied.
Right. Or I made 5 offers, or whatever the case would be, or 10 offers. So it's just, I don't want to capture a visit to your table and present it as an interview, where someone's asking them, oh, where are you located? Oh, you're in Florida, never mind. And then we're trying to tell you that was an interview. That would be
Right.
disingenuous, but it could be, I mean, we just have to accurately capture what we're in fact doing.
Instead of a sign-in sheet, you would have an interview sheet where they would sign in, email address, phone numbers. Now you have a document stating that this person was interviewed, and you could put time or whatever, like coming into your office, at the front desk there, you sign in, the time you signed in, and the time you leave. And that would be something that, rather than just like Kevin alluded to, a data set.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think that's relative, that's all already captured. I'm just making, I'm not creating, any additional
You just want to make sure
work.
we're defining interview.
And, yeah,
the same way.
Yeah.
and indicator 5.
The teachers aren't typically interviewed at the recruiting events, right? They're just, it's just
Oh,
like a
heck yeah,
get
we'll
to
make an
know.
They
offer,
are-
we'll make an offer right there.
Yeah, they moved it up a notch.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's the part, it would be helpful for us to circle back with how this has been
Yeah.
measured before.
what the data
and
looks
that-
like.
Yeah, at least to make sure we're using the right language of a candidate, a prospective candidate versus an applicant, because the interview could not be a good interview, and I don't, you almost need to delineate visits, contacts, conditional contracts, or something, because I may not be the right fit, and I don't want that to say, you want it to be accurately reflective. Just because you're interviewed doesn't mean you're a good fit.
Define that process.
So was this, and I was writing down this new KPI while you all were continuing to discuss indicator 5. Was there a proposal on that one that I missed? No. Okay, so where are we on 5? So 5, the purpose of 5, again, was to come up with a method to measure success of the indicator. Our proposal was by doing that with the number of candidates that are interviewed at the schools. We were like, okay, this is how you have a great relationship, your booth is popping, a lot of people there, you're going to get a lot of interviews. If you have another recommendation, or if it's the number you don't like, let us know, but we're just trying to figure out a way to put a number on it.
But what's our baseline for that? If we're going to, 1.25% by 2025,
No 2025.
no, yeah, gotta go next year. Yeah, I don't want to extend this out. I mean, the 1.25, I'm fine with, I would say 2024. And then, like Dr. Shafty said, we'll look at how we can put this on the dashboard, you know what I mean?
2% rather
And
than
like,
1.25.
yeah, it would be on the non-public dashboard, because names, and so forth,
fine.
so, yeah.
What if we say with existing HBCUs, the district shall enhance established relationships with existing, well, I don't think that's redundant, we can just say HBCUs.
This, like Dr. Shafty just read the list.
Yeah, you have a list, and like you said, some are more, some years,
Yep.
others, I guess it depends, it fluctuates, it's not all every year.
And it depends if they have an education program or we're seeking a certain content specialization if you go into secondary.
Understood.
Teacher fair.
Increasing the number of interviewed candidates. Can we say among those schools?
That's correct. Among is fine.
Increasing the number of interviewed candidates from
I would
those
say,
schools?
Maximize.
From those schools.
Here's one of the issues I think we haven't, Dr. Moore and I are kind of chatting. I see where for all these indicators, we're looking at measuring growth and improvement. And I think in this particular area, the district feels like we have, since we started going to these schools and establishing these contacts, and to Dr. Moore's point, I think he said it a little bit under his breath, but, we're spending money to send people to these schools. We're already, I think, maximizing what we can do as it relates to interviewing folks when we go to a teacher fair at one of these HBCUs. In other words, we're not going to spend the money to send somebody there and have them go, well, I interviewed 5, right? They know their goal is to interview as many people as possible. And so I think the issue might be, no matter what the baseline is, how do we increase when we're already kind of operating at our maximum?
So just by going to the recruitment fairs at these schools, you're saying by its nature, we're maximizing our time there?
Not necessarily, but the person who's going, the people who are going know this isn't a fun out-of-town trip for you. The whole purpose of us targeting these schools.
I'm going to play devil's advocate. If, in this moment, I say, well, show me the beef. Prove it to me.
And that's fine, but my point is there's a difference between prove it to me and prove it to me plus 25%.
No, I'm just saying, you telling me you did this, but I'm gonna give you a scenario and punch me when I go wrong, Kevin. I saw a picture, I think Kevin did too, of a recruiter on a recruiting mission doing a photo op with Aaron Grove. Now, prove to me that they did their due diligence going on this recruiting trip to get African-American teachers to come here. We are looking at a process, not to say you did not do it, but the old folks, the old thing was show me the beef.
Didn't you write one to that, like with numbers and this, that?
The records, yeah.
Well, but the whole 25% is the measure, right? Because this is the issue that we've come in contact with. Like, it doesn't matter if you had a professional development session with your teachers, did the teachers find it effective? Like, we're not here just to say, oh, you've done this and you get unitary status. Are you effectively doing what you need to do in order for it to be a better environment for students? Because if you haven't, then that's not unitary status. It's not.
The issue with this one, I think, is that unlike with the dashboard, we have no idea the effectiveness of the program, right? We heard the list, but we don't know what that actually results in. We can't see the numbers, and we haven't seen the numbers. And so I see your point. Like, for example, at the school where we have 100% participation by African-American students, we're not going to require you to have more participation at that school. It's impossible, right? We can say that. We can see it. We can look at it. We can make a judgment call because we're informed on it. With this one, we really don't know the success of the program.
So we have baseline from 1819. Number of contacts to HBCUs, it was less than 10, so it's asterisk out. Less than 10 visits to HBCUs. Number of contacts during visits, 40. Contacts being letters of intent. And number of job and recruitment fairs attended, 16.
What year was that again?
October of 1819.
Do they provide, they used to provide a list of all of their graduating education seniors. So do they still provide that list? Is that provided to you? We would get one from FAMU. We would get one from Bethune-Cookman College. We would get one from anywhere we were going. Florida State, they had a list of all their graduates.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that question.
So, I mean, that would be a part of that if you're saying.
Some of the schools don't even have ed programs anymore, but they do provide access to grads, yes,
So-
grads themselves, but they may not be the school of ed because it doesn't exist.
Along to what Matt is saying, if I went to FAMU and I only interviewed 5 people, would that be the max? No, that wouldn't be the max if they have 75 graduates coming through. So is there, and that's easy to ask for.
Did they
matter of
use the
fact,
contact numbers with them?
yes, they
Oh,
would
good.
have the name, if they were elementary ed or ESE or their subject area, they would have their contact number and email address. Because let's face it, the kids wanted jobs, and they provided their contact on the list so that anybody who's interested in a physical ed teacher could call them up or email them and say, hey, make sure you come and see me at the recruitment fair when I get there next week. So they used to provide lists, and I'm pretty sure that they will provide a list now because the kids sign up, they want jobs.
And the schools want to be able to
And the
say a year out,
Yes.
85% of our
Absolutely.
graduates are placed in a
Yes.
full-time position.
The point where I think we're trying to make is we want to obviously maximize the impact of the initiative. That's why we
Yeah,
want to
so let's-
maximize it with the understanding there are obviously variables that are in place that would, if only 15 people went to the Florida Recruiting Fair for teachers at FAMU, and we interviewed 3, we did a really, really good job. Or you go to one out of state, and they come to the table, say, oh, you're in Florida, and they move on, or, oh, no, I want to go to the other coast or whatever. There are certain, we have to maximize the effort based on it. And I think providing that one criteria allows us to evaluate, yeah, they're taking every advantage of the ability to recruit.
Can you read, Dr. Shafty, the data that you just read for 2018, 2019? Maybe
Sure.
we need to capture some of that in the records.
Number of contacts and visits were less than 10, so I don't have the specific on that. And this is purely for HBCUs.
Yeah.
Number of contacts during recruitment visits, contacts defined as letters of intent, 40. And number of job and recruitment fairs attended, 16.
And that's job and recruitment fairs strictly at HBCUs.
Yes.
My opinion, I think we're overusing the asterisk. Like,
If, you can have it without the, that's.
Yeah.
Yeah, in this
Okay.
case, I agree.
This is on the public, this is publicly accessible, this spreadsheet of the 5-year historical.
Yeah.
So I don't have this one's not internal.
Can you read that same data for this past calendar year?
I don't have.
What,
This is a historical spreadsheet, so I have from 15, 16 to 17, 18. Some of those things I read, contact and letters of intent were not measured, but I do have job and recruitment fairs attended.
for which year?
16, 17, 18,
Yeah.
17, 18, 15, 18, 19, 16, 19, 20, 12. Sorry, I forgot you were typing. Sorry. Starting from 16, 17, 18, the next year 15, 18, 19, 16, and 19, 20, 12.
And that's contacts visits with HBCUs.
Yes.
But you don't have, for 1920, do you have LOIs or
I don't think we went anywhere in 1920.
1920,
1920 school year?
15,
It's pandemic.
15. Letters of intent.
And how do you define
At
letter of
HBC.
intent?
Like you are.
I've interviewed
after
you.
I've interviewed you, we would love for you to come, like a conditional contract.
Oh, okay. Okay. So then we can also include LOIs in our records request? That's something that's typically used.
What?
Letters of intent.
Letters
Oh,
of
okay, yeah, okay, yeah.
of those, and then you could drill down to how many actually accepted, and that goes back to your return on investment. And I have to give you an A minus today, Dr. Shafty. No fruit.
And tiny mushrooms, I had to eat 3.
But thank you.
So
Maybe the wrap tray will stay in the
if-
refrigerator.
I don't know, and I don't know if it's appropriate to measure this KPI on the applicants, right? But it looks like from 1819 to 1920, and maybe this is because of the pandemic, but the number of contacts and visits and recruitment fairs dropped, right? And the number of LOIs dropped significantly. So maybe it's establishing a baseline of the recruitment fairs or the contacts at HBCUs so that it's the baseline or higher and we're not going below that. We agree on a number, we're not going below that number.
So just to clarify, I should have clarified, this 1920, this is the October reporting. So it didn't drop, it was as of October of 1920?
So it was before? No,
Yeah, pandemic is March.
March.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I should pull end of year so that it's the full year?
Yeah.
Not a,
A snippet.
yes.
But would that make sense? Establishing a baseline as a means to measure proactively reaching out to these schools and trying to get candidates?
Oh, for sure. It's always good to have a baseline.
I mean, I think, yeah, coming up with a criteria to say, all right, let's evaluate the work that has been done, and there's no way any trend data is going to be significantly impacted because we were locked in our houses
Yeah.
during a certain amount of time. So coming back and saying, whatever that is, show us all of the people you interviewed, the letters that you offer, people who've accepted jobs, here that is, and to establish, okay, and looking at that, that's good, and, or next step is, this would be the % increase as you move forward. But I think.
So your position is the records.
I think,
Is sufficient.
as you wrote that thing, yes, to make a determination based on that 2018 joint plan, is this district doing everything it needs to be to actively recruit African-American teachers as to what was agreed upon? I think, yes, and then we determine if it's maintaining that, if it's a % increase after that information is being presented. So, yeah, I think providing that information, which is not what was previously presented, which is a number in a chart. What you read out was a little bit more detailed and specific and concrete.
Do you have, you were talking about the cost associated with attending these fairs. Do you maintain those records
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
year over year? And how much is being spent on this program by school or by
So
recruitment fair?
we do our recruitment from a district perspective, and we take different principles. So we could provide the expenses that we provide. They vary based on, oh, people drove together, it was a up and back trip. So the total dollar may not be reflective of the total participation based on
Right.
a number of, a lot of them, they're leaving super early, they're doing the event, they're coming back. They share automobiles, and sometimes they don't. So but yeah, we do have the cost.
And do you have a different number of individuals that attend each separate recruitment? I guess it varies depending on the size of the fair or.
Size of the fair, sometimes we have a alumni of that particular university. We try to leverage that. If there's a specific relationship somebody has with that particular school, we try to leverage that as well. So it's just not one person going there.
Okay. What does our side think about that?
Kevin,
You have the best voice here.
in the room.
Be able to monitor how much on each trip, and, you know, you spend, $1,000, I think. Me and Godfrey Gibson used to go to Tallahassee, 2 nights there, and then the car rental, gas. Yeah, so it should be measured by each one, that sounds.
No, but in terms of kind of putting a pin in a number as it relates to candidates or HBCUs and looking at the data to see what the baselines look at so that we have some perspective.
Yes, definitely need a baseline, starting out somewhere. I think, what was the lowest they had, 12? I think, yeah. Oh, 10, no, okay. 10 for a whole year, 18, 19? Okay. Whew, baseline's got to be higher than that, I think. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, yeah. And we're getting 10% turnover every year, about 100 teachers a year.
It's a little bit less than that this year, about 7-8% total this year.
Okay.
And that's hires. It's not necessarily separations, retirements, yeah.
Okay. And I think with, there were 10 non-renewed, I believe, this time. 10 African-American teachers, something like that.
Yep.
Okay, so we'll agree to that with the caveat that we'd like to look at that data and return to that point on a baseline after we've all had an opportunity to evaluate what it was, what it is, and what it could be, should be. Okay. So moving on to indicator 6, The district shall timely publicize and update all teaching and instructional staff job vacancies on the following platforms. These were our recommendations. I believe that you already do on diversity and ed, diversity recruitment partners, so we included that one. And for the work group to talk about, this may be a cost-effective way to get these positions out there. So are there other publications that the district can leverage to make known the job vacancies that you're aware of?
We also post on Indeed. And then all of the colleges and universities, many of them, I don't know for sure, all link with Handshake. And that's where, usually when students log into their course portal, Handshake is embedded in there, almost like a version of LinkedIn. And those are recruitment platforms that if the college or university uses Handshake, we have access to see that.
Are there platforms that are more targeted towards African-American graduates and that they may access and go to and feel comfortable with, that you're aware of?
I am not sure, but I was asking the person that oversees it. Every visit at a college or university, whether it's a virtual or face-to-face recruitment fair, she does keep track of interested candidates, and then on a monthly basis will email them a newsletter. Are you still interested? So she will follow up consistently with them, so that communication is maintained, and you remind them that they want to move out of state, they want to come here, would you like to see a tour? So I'm not sure the value is in the platform, but the connection once you make it to actually get candidates here.
Who oversees that?
Mr. Seymour.
Have you thought about
Excuse me.
going outside the bubble? Your Divine Nines, your different, like the Links, different Black organizations that you could access because I know a while back, as the NAACP, some charter schools contacted me about possible teaching positions.
Speaking of the Divine Nine, I am on that committee, and it's local, St. Lucie County, and several members from sororities and fraternities are involved as well. So we have a posting every time we have an opening, and we try and communicate that. We haven't gotten a whole lot of feedback because the reach out amongst that group is just, within the community of that Divine Nine in St. Lucie County. So they don't work too much out of that arena. We have had 2 teachers that were sent to us and applied for positions based on our interactions with that Divine Nine in St. Lucie County. So we get some feedback.
I don't know if it's an anomaly, but I connect with the state and national because they have MOUs with us.
Right.
And I mean, it's an arena that's wide open and it's nationwide. And so, the Links, they are awesome organization that they're nationwide. Faith in Florida, they have an educational concept to their organization. And NAACP has an educational. So, I was just saying, these are entities that are sitting there that may be able to possibly assist.
Does the NAACP on their state level have a link for education or teachers or, because I do
They
look
have
at that once in a while.
Education committee, me being the 3rd vice president, I could be fed. I also work with I'm the state health chair. We interact, and if the information is given to me, we have a monthly executive committee. So there's some other entities that you can access that has the ability to interface with potential teachers.
So if we sent you our openings, you could get that out to the state
Oh,
or
yeah.
education
Oh,
committee?
yeah. Just to make it a broader outreach.
So maybe we could add that to list into the
Hey,
indicator.
let's make them do some stuff. Heck, yeah.
This is-
The,
all-
publish on the
I got the state
NAACP education committee
secretary
list.
on speed dial.
The NAACP will
Yeah.
identify 10 candidates per year.
As
Is it called
many as possible,
NAACP?
because
Education
you'd be surprised the number of people that are job seeking.
So the applicant tracking system automatically sends it to Indeed? Is that how that works?
I don't
I know some do. Okay.
That I don't know.
Teach Florida,
It's
I
good,
think
that's
is
where all the
what
young
I'm
kids look, indeed.
saying. Yeah.
Can we move on to the next?
Yes, I believe so. I'll read it. The district shall timely publicize and update all teaching and instructional staff job vacancies on the following platforms: Diversity in Ed, Diversity Recruitment Partners, Indeed, Handshake, and the NAACP Education Committee. The next one is indicator 7. By the end of the 2022-2023 academic year, the district will expand public-facing dynamic data dashboards. It had originally said by more than 2 dashboards to include information on hiring practices disaggregated by race and ethnicity. So our proposed revision to that was, by the end of the 2022-2023 academic year, the district will expand public-facing dynamic data dashboards to include data on trends in recruitment and hiring of African American educators, staff, and administrators for the past 5 years.
Trying to think how that would look like.
So I don't have any,
I don't either.
I think some of it exceeds what we're evaluating, but we have that data anyway, so, I mean, so it doesn't really impact me, unless it is what it is. Tell the world.
But that means, like,
What, Doc?
is it public facing right now?
It
on
will
that?
be.
Okay, it will be.
I mean, it's public knowledge if someone.
Sure,
yeah,
sure.
It should be.
But it says by the end of this school year, and we ended, so
Well, it's not, fiscal year is still going.
that's true, June 30th. That's right. I gotta remember that.
You could ask for some time, if it takes time
Yeah.
to put that dashboard
Well,
together.
if, that's just the evaluation point, so if we evaluate in, October of this year, you're still gonna look back and that's gonna be what you're referencing.
That's right.
Okay. So agreement on
Yep.
7.
Yep.
Indicator 8. Okay, original language. By the end of 2022-2023 academic year, the district will increase the recruitment of African American instructional staff to vacancies by 2 percentage points. As noted on page 20 of the district strategic plan, the certified instructors' African American percentage in 2022 was 12%. Okay, our proposed revision to that was compared to a baseline of X African American applicants within the overall applicant pool. The district's recruitment strategies shall lead to an increase in the percentage of African American candidates of blank per year to reach a percentage of plus or minus 5% from each school's instructional staff representation goal.
So there'll be one number for the district, overall applicant pool. There'll be one percentage for the overall applicant pool for the district, but then we're going to compare it to each school's representation?
You have different sections. You have recruitment and you have representation. Representation evaluation should be in representation, and recruitment evaluation should be in recruitment.
Which one?
See what I'm saying, Jody? I think Dr. Moore's point is well taken as well, but I don't think and I know you guys are looking to kind of focus on school level where you can, but I don't know that this is where it makes any sense to do so.
Yeah, I think this section needs to measure recruiting and interviewing specifically. I'm not clear on what your how your proposal fixes that, though, at least the initial. So yours is that you're going to increase the recruitment by 2 percentage points.
Could you explain what that means?
Yeah.
So we measure it by, ideally, you are recruiting to hire. So that statement is then measured by the certified instructors of the school year by race, which is 12%.
I guess that's our question then, is that measuring representation and not recruitment?
It could be both, the success of your recruitment should then be, those two sections are always challenging because they should work with each other.
And are you doing it by school? Because again, if we're doing it district-wide, then it doesn't highlight which schools aren't really recruiting diverse applicants.
We currently measure it district-wide. That's where that percentage comes from.
So then I think there are 2 points, which is one, do we acknowledge that because recruitment and representation are tied together, that we have an indicator like this in recruitment? And 2, do we measure it by school?
School level could be challenging. If a school happens to have one vacancy and it is something specialized like a music teacher, that creates, ultimately you want the best person qualified for the job. And if there's one vacancy in such a specialized area like ESE or music or a certain content area, that proves to be challenging if you look at it at a school level.
Well, at the school level, if I'm looking at it as an outside observer, you got one African-American teacher at a school? Don't make any sense. I don't care how you analyze it.
No, I said one vacancy. If
But I'm
there were
saying
one
the vacancy determines the applicant and who you're hiring. So it's just strange that we could have these schools that consistently come up with one African-American on the campus.
Well, my issue is that we always use an anomaly to negate a KPI when those are the least likely events to happen.
And
it's just like saying, oh, we're not going to have an armed officer on site because someone can steal that firearm and then shoot up the school with his firearm, which is highly unlikely. If it's a music position and no diverse candidates applied, then no diverse candidates applied. We don't just throw out the indicator because it might be a music position, because how often are we hiring for music teachers? Every year? We're having high turnover in every year, and it's always only that music teacher position at every school every year? No, because we have a lot of vacancies when it comes to teaching.
And that's why our proposal is attempting, maybe it could be better articulated, but it's attempting to compare a baseline of African-American applicants in the pool, in the applicant pool with the candidates, being 2 different things, right? So you're going to compare, you're going to increase the number of candidates that you have so that it reflects the applicants in the pool, trying to increase those.
For a specific position?
Yeah.
I think, and even if I went down that road that you said about the music teachers, I've seen quite a few choral and music education majors come out of Bethune and out of FAMU. So it wouldn't say, and of course, you know, with all, we want the best qualified candidate. But what we're looking for is making sure that everybody has an opportunity to be included, to apply for the position. As a matter of fact, there's probably a surplus of music people out there because there are not that many jobs.
What is meant by overall applicant pool? So we don't have a, like, it's not that you're interested in Indian River County. Can I generically apply? They're applying to a specific position. So what would that look like?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but we just don't have a pool.
Right.
People apply who are interested to positions.
That's the pool. The people who applied is the pool to that position.
Well, I guess that's an important exercise, right? How do you define pool? How do you define applicant? How do you define candidate? Let's break that down.
And I just want to make a note that we are at an hour for this indicator.
Okay. I think this is the last one.
Yeah.
It is.
So what you're trying to say is, I just think retention is the representation, which is the next category, is where we're very clear and address what Tony was just saying, just the one. Here, recruitment helps eliminate just the one by having
Right.
qualified
That's a good
candidates to identify and hire. So I think this is kind of going along the lines, how do you identify based on these candidates? Is your recruitment efforts increasing the opportunity to hire?
Exactly. And how do you measure that? That's this one. That's what we're trying to achieve, at least.
It's been an hour, and I'm not trying to push, but I think this one might take more time than we want to assign to it if we're going to try to get to the other sections as well.
I think we need to complete it, so we don't have to go back.
Yeah, let's try one more time.
Let's give it, yeah, let's give it.
try.
Okay, so the district's was, by the end of the 2022-2023 academic year, the district will increase the recruitment of African-American instructional staff to vacancies by 2 percentage points.
And narrate that again, Dr. Shafty, exactly, and what that means?
So it's that by recruiting, and this is how we currently measure it in the strategic plan, so that's why we proposed it. You want the recruitment efforts to actually net a return on investment
Right.
of certified instructors. That means recruiting is successful. Same as we spoke about mentoring. You mentor to maintain over time. So that's where we proposed the kind of that correlation between recruitment and certified instructors, specifically in this one, African-American certified instructors. So that's a little bit of the intent behind what we proposed.
When you say increase the recruitment, does that mean job offerings? What does increased recruitment mean?
Increase, probably maybe recruitment efforts to ensure that the efforts are resulting in an increase of certified African-American instructors.
So the KPI is measuring that African-American certified instructors is increasing from 12 to 14% by the end of 2022-23.
No, yes.
Which is saying, if you are in fact recruiting, the percent of African-American teachers is going up by X percent.
That's the return on investment. If you're spending all of this money, it should net in hires.
I'm still not understanding what recruitment means in this instance.
Well, your overall, this is a data component of, this is the impact of that recruitment. If all of these things going to here and marketing here and this, that, and the other, it is in fact increasing the overall percent.
So recruitment means that they apply for the
No,
position?
employed.
Employed.
Yeah, I think we should change
I mean,
that.
that is what we're saying. I
Right.
mean, I think there is merit in saying, oh, you're doing it, that's one thing, that's okay, but is it yielding a result? And this indicator says, yeah, it's working, or it's not working.
Would putting employed in parentheses next to that, would that kind of clarify?
Well, if we're measuring them as a current certified instructor, they're employed, they're in that position, they're in that unit.
So why don't we say increase the employment of African-American instructional staff? And again, instructional staff includes teachers. Okay. Instructional staff to vacancies by 2 percentage points.
And include the note about the baseline as well.
And so the 2% is still district-wide?
Yes, that's district-wide, but when we get to the next category, then we're going to talk specifically and set goals for schools.
And we think 2% is good?
Annually.
That's good?
I think if it's 12%
Because
now.
2%, given the small number of, the number of blacks employed, 2% is like employing an eyelid of the person. Because if you increase one teacher, black teacher, it's gonna jump more than 2%. So how do we get on 2%?
How many African-American teachers we have now?
The total percent's right around 12%. So it was 9 in 2020, and now it's 12. And it's always been,
So what's the number of
the goal has
black
been
employed?
to be 2.
You got like
1,000, so like I mean, we can pull it on dashboard, like around 120, 125. Don't quote me on that, but,
114,
okay, all right, hey.
Out of 1,000 what?
1,080.
So that would be an additional 2.25 black teachers.
No,
Total.
that- When we break it down into raw numbers, it
Yeah.
just, it
I
takes
thought
some.
it was less than that.
Yeah.
15 out of 1,000.
And
1,000
if
how
you're doing
many?
it 2% district-wide, even when we get down to
No,
school
it's-
level, we don't have
How
many
many,
teachers to pick from.
how many total teachers?
1,080 instructional staff.
Instructional. And those numbers may change, may have changed as of yesterday, right?
We should be solid, we should be.
I've said this before, you know, if we want to continue to
And
increase,
the percent is 10 teachers, so it's 22 teachers, basically, 10.8%. So it's not 2 teachers, it's 20 teachers. Percentage is 10 teachers.
and as I was saying, you know, if we want to increase, we'll need some help. You know, I've given this data quite a bit, how many teachers we have going into education now. So any help we can get, we appreciate.
Okay, yes, I certainly agree with that. But then I saw on the list, which was hence my question, when I emailed Dr. Moore, and you probably responded, I haven't seen the email yet. The teachers who were non-renewed, will they have an opportunity to be rehired at another place?
Yes.
Because sometimes it is a personality conflict. I had some teachers who could not make it anyway, terminated from one other place and came over to me and did everything I asked, and I just loved them.
It was already there.
So that being said, on that list, there were, the list of non-renews that we asked for, there were, I saw a couple of troublesome ones. One of them was a person who'd been here in the 4th year, and the previous principal, good evaluations. And then the new principal in 1 year non-renews the person. So, and, you know, if you look at that list, you'll know exactly who I'm talking about. So we won't have a problem. We won't have a problem with filling positions if people are non-renewed based on what, on proper things. You understand what I'm saying? I think I'm clear. Some on the list. When you have a principal who says this person is wonderful and they work for him and the school made gains and the person did what they're supposed to do, all of a sudden you got somebody and there's a conflict of interest. Now this person after 3 or 4 years is gone. And we're looking to, okay, so where maybe this person needs to be placed somewhere else. Recruitment wouldn't be as hard in some of those instances if that person was given a fair shake. So that being said, something with the number is bothering me. You said 1,080, right?
So 1% of that
1,080.
is 10 teachers,
Yes, okay.
so times 2
Okay,
is
so
20.
Yeah.
That's not correct, actually.
14% of 1,080 would be a total of 151 teachers.
Yeah.
A total of 151 black teachers. There are currently 114, so that would be
9.6% or something, right?
So,
37 more black teachers.
right, so we need to clarify where this 2 percentage point goes, because if we say that the number of African-American instructional if they're increasing by 2%, then the 2% on the 10
Yeah.
is only 2 teachers. He's saying 20. And if that's the case, then we need to say that it's the total.
114 divided by 1080.
10.5, right?
114 divided by 1080 is, 0.105. And if you add 0.02 to that, which would be the 2%, it gets 12.125. If you multiply that by 1080, it's 135.6. And if you subtract 114 from that, it's 21.6.
I think that's where Mershawn is saying the clarification, because I was looking at 12% increase, 12% to increase 14% of the total.
I'm talking about total to total.
Yeah.
And I get what Rashawn
So
is saying.
then
Right.
14% of 1,080
Yes.
My math was
would
right.
be,
Well, not 14%.
Because if they're
That's
saying that.
2% over, well,
If
it would be
you're saying that
14
we're at
total.
118
that's
teachers.
where
2
the
plus 12.
difference
The
is. That
114.
actually comes up
If
with
they were at
existing at 12
114,
right
which is
now.
10.5%.
But I don't think 12 is
10%,
precisely
basically.
accurate.
It's actually 10, you're saying, the baseline is incorrect. The baseline's actually 10%.
It's actually
That
10.5.
That was the end of 2022. It was 12% at the end of 2022. But currently, it is at 10.6%.
Okay. So it would be actually an increase from 10% to an increase to 12%.
No,
The purpose of my exercise was to try to establish what Dr. Moore's point was, which was that if there's roughly 1,000 teachers, a percentage point is 10. And so if we're looking to increase it by 2, it's almost always going to be 20 or something close to that.
you're not increasing the count. I think that's where you're not
Right.
increasing the count, you're increasing the percentage, which is why it's at 12%. We don't have a count as the metric.
And that's the other
That's the
issue.
issue.
Because he's saying the total teacher number. But we're looking at African-American representation, and 2% of the 114 is smaller than 2% of 1080. So we need to be able to communicate that we're addressing 1080 and not 114, if that's what we're doing.
So however, we have to clarify that.
Of the total
Of the total.
But isn't that what the
instructional
strategic plan
staff.
calls for?
This language is exactly from the strategic.
And what does the strategic plan contemplate? 2 teachers or 20 teachers with the 2%?
I think it's just helpful for us to drill down, because I mean, ultimately, we'll be the ones getting the data and measuring, and we just want to make sure we do it
Right, and
accurately. If we
wanna
don't
later on
understand,
argue
then.
that we didn't agree on.
But my point is this exercise has been done, and so if what we contemplated with the strategic plan is the same thing you guys are saying, then I think we have an agreement.
But our point is that it's vague, though. and so
Yeah,
we
yeah,
wanna
no, we have an
communicate
agreement,
it
we just have to
clearly.
make sure we
Yeah,
Understand.
get it, understand what we're
Standard.
doing.
that over there, now they'll come up with something really unvague.
See, a standard, and then when you said we have basically 1,000 teachers, but, you know, the math classes I took, 1,080 would be basically 1,100,
Yeah.
which changes the math, you know?
And I believe we're all on the same page. The other thing that I want to address is maintaining or growing, going on, right? This
Yeah.
is a point in time.
To
And
grow.
like Dr. Shafty just said, it went from, at the end of 2022, from 12% to 2023, 10%, so there was a drop, right? So the goal is to, at this point, just get it back up to 12, but then what do we do going forward? Is it maintaining? Is it growing? What is the goal going forward, and how do we capture that here? Because it can't just be one good year and then it's done, right? It's an evaluation over time, of course, but how do we capture that in the KPI?
Yeah. It has to be referenced to growing, because maintaining is put us in the predicament from 12 to 10. Had we been growing, we'd have had a surplus, so the numbers would have never fallen below 12. African American.
The district will increase the recruitment of African-American instructional staff exceed by 2% of the total teacher population. So that's what we'll say, the total instructional staff population.
Are you okay?
You need a break?
Let's,
We're all walking in and out.
yeah, I apologize. Is that all right? She's been going for like
Absolutely,
3
absolutely.
hours.
Please. And in the future, please let us know when you need a break.
Just tell us, shut down. She said shut down.
10 good, 15 good?
We've got a sandwich,
ten.
right?
Let's do 10. Get a drink, use the restroom.
And
Oh, awesome.
Denise had been trying to
2022-2023 academic year, and based on the total number of instructional staff, the district will increase the employment of African American instructional staff by 2 percentage points. Following 2023, the district shall continue to increase the employment of African American instructional staff by 2 percentage points until the number of African American instructional staff is at least equal to the population of African American students in the district.
Moving on.
Perfect. Okay. The next two there was already agreement on those. I just want to recognize for the work group that in 3 hours, we've been through 2 sections and lunch. So we're doing very well.
Not bad.
Give credit where credit is due. Okay, moving on to transportation. Our proposed goal statement was to provide safe and reliable transportation to all students in a non-discriminatory manner, which ensures all students have access to school services, activities, and programs.
Consider including the deleted language as well, so it mirrors extracurricular, because that language is from the joint plan. And that's what we did for extracurricular, so just a thought.
So in that scenario, we would include the goal statement from the 2018 joint plan and say, and I guess add sort of like, I'm just trying to figure out the language. To that end, the district will provide safe and reliable transportation to all students in a non-discriminatory manner, which ensures all students have access to school services, activities, and programs.
Second to record it. Okay.
Did she hear us okay?
Denise, can you hear everything okay?
Yes,
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, so for indicator 1, we were proposing a data indicator. The district shall record and maintain the following data for each method of transportation provided by the district: bus depots, bus stops, and door-to-door transportation, broken down by subgroups. 1, the number of students accessing bus transportation. 2, the distance traveled from students' home to pickup location. 3, duration of time in transport from pickup location to school. And 4, duration of time from student pickup to start of school. In other words, it may be different up here, but I know in Miami, some kids are getting on the bus at 5:30 a.m. and starting school at 7:30, something like that. So it's just a way to track the amount of time from leaving the house to the start of school.
I got some information. So
I gotta break it down.
I talked to Ms. Idelette yesterday. I didn't go into all the specifics, but I know we have, obviously, the number of students accessing, distance travel from students' home to pickup location, duration and time. Thinking.
So generically, we have all of this, and it would just help me to go through it. The number of students access bus transportation, yes, after the 10th day of school, those are the kids that are on the bus. Everyone who's eligible, meaning they qualify for transportation, they live outside the 2-mile requirement. The distance traveled from the student's home to pickup location. I don't know that we necessarily have that.
Duration.
but you have, here's the stop, here's the school. The duration of time, you have pickup times and drop-off time. So your scheduled pickup time is 7:10, drop-off at the school is 7:19. So that's readily available.
And the new, we just approved a new routing program for them. And I think that will give some more of this information too.
So the other thing I really need to check on is the creating work to see what is the actual distance traveled from students' home to pickup location.
Yeah, and that one I think is because, as I understand it, there's depot spots.
Yes, that's for a school that's not your zone school, but let's say you're in Sebastian, you want to go to Osceola Magnet, you can't do 30 miles, so there are pickup spots or bus depots.
Okay. Yeah, so that's is that the one that, number 2, that you would have to get back to us on, or you're saying it's not, that data?
I don't know if it's, I know it has the pickup time. So if you looked at a route, it would say 7:14, I'm going to pick up at this intersection and this intersection. At 7:19, I'm going to pick up at this intersection. I don't know that it says it's from the first stop to the school is X number of miles. Now, we do run 3 routes for all, we run a route for each grade configuration, and there's only 35 minutes of run time to get them to school. So there's only like 50 minutes in between start times, so no one's on a bus more than about 40 minutes, or 35 minutes. That's the time from the first route till they get to the school.
I don't think we have anybody at Yeehaw anymore, do we, Doc? Osceola?
I think we had one at the
Okay.
beginning of the school year.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was our longest, yeah.
I think that's, like your just brief question there, Dr. Jones, is what we're sort of interested in, is just knowing probably like the participation in depots and the number of students using depot stops. Because we see the depot stops connected to the ability and the ease of participating in the school choice program. So when we were looking at the distance, we were looking at distance from the home to the depot stop, which if you don't maintain that data, I think we're looking for just generally so we can get a better picture of
Is it
the
possible
use.
to get from, for a student that doesn't have transportation, is it possible to get from their home to the depot spot in the district? That's what we're looking at, to make sure that access really is accessible. Is that
So
an issue or not?
I think the depot stop would be the closest bus stop to their home already on the route, if that makes, it's like,
Yeah.
so they're not centralized, like.
Not everybody
fixed
drives and there's like 10
locations.
buses and
So
you get
if-
on your bus.
yes.
It's not like
So,
that.
yes, it's not
Not a depot.
a depot.
not a depot,
Let's
yes.
say I want to go to Sebastian River High School. We're going to find, and I'm at Vero Beach Senior High School.
Right.
We're going to find a current route that is the most south running for Sebastian River Senior High School, and then you have to get to that particular stop, and that's the depot in which they would get dropped off on. But you're right, it's not 7 buses are going there
No.
and we're housed there.
Not like a transfer station.
Yeah.
It's the same pickup they would use if they were going to their
Right,
zone
so,
school.
no, the zone school kids there. So you go to the bus stop, there's gonna be 9 kids who live in the neighborhood, and then you get dropped off.
If a student is accepted into a magnet school, is there ever a situation where there is no transportation provided for
Yes.
that student to
Yeah.
the magnet school?
I mean, when we opened Magnet, the first one, I think it was Osceola, right around 88, 89. Yeah, the first thing they said, you have to provide transportation. But still, now if they wanted to go help on another bus to be closer, which we already do, correct? I mean,
We have a magnet school, that is one of the things you're signing up for. There is not, transportation
Right.
is not provided to our magnet schools. For to and
anything.
from school.
Your magnet, which is something that can,
If no buses running to those specific schools.
not at all. That's what I was about to say. That's an automatic barrier.
And you know, I was talking to Jennifer about this, and I don't know how many schools use the depots, but, or how many districts. I'm on the federal Florida School Board Association Federal Legislative Committee, and we get to talk to this guy in DC a few times a year. He said the number one request from all the states is more money in transportation. And I don't know, how much do we run, how much are we not, do we fund ourselves, we're not getting the funding on? I mean, we pick up that.
40%.
40%, yeah. So even with the depots, we're reaching out, but you're right, if you can't get to the magnet school, if your parent can't get you there, we would, I don't know how we do that, other than continue to ask for more money from the state and federal, but, or maybe in grants, but,
How many
yeah.
magnets are there?
3,
Is that all elementary level?
they're all element, yeah.
Rosewood, Osceola, and Liberty.
And is it just, is it a funding issue, that there's just not enough buses for those schools?
Not enough money to run the buses. I mean, like you said, we pick up 40%. I mean, in that state and federal level, like I said, number one request.
How do we, in transportation-wise, how do we rectify a situation that's inherently disadvantaged, a disadvantage to certain kids? And the depot don't work, because I think earlier, Michonne, we had some concerns about the depot. Was it publicized? Who could use it? Where would it be situated? We had those questions, and now when you look at it up close and personal, if I'm a single parent with a child that qualifies for a magnet school, but I can't get him there, there's no sense in him even being qualified.
You don't have to qualify, buddy, for a magnet school. You just have to get on the list. and-
I mean, I know you have to be,
Lottery.
it's a lottery. I'm
Oh, yeah,
just
yeah,
saying,
okay.
within that process. And like Doc just said, 40% of the cost of transportation is already the districts, but still, we got a group of people that may seem minimal, but there's a group out there that's, it becomes an obstacle because of the lack of transportation, and the depot don't work for them.
So that I understand it correctly, the choice schools, and maybe you can just explain this to me a little bit better.
Based on ESCs, they have certain routes, yes. So there's, yeah.
Choice schools is.
Every school.
Every school.
Right, but when you define someone's choice school, would it be, my feeder school is this, but I choose to go to that school, and so that's my choice school?
Oh, the word
Is
choice?
that, yes, when you use that word, is that how you're using it?
Yes, so we were.
Term?
Yeah,
Okay.
not
So
your,
you've
not your
got
commu, not your
feeder
zone.
schools, zone schools, choice schools, magnet schools, charter schools.
Charter schools, well, they have their, they run their own buses, charter schools. yeah.
Transportation.
I mean, they use ours, but they pay us for that.
And some don't have transportation.
Yeah, Sebastian Charter Junior High has it, St. Peter's has it, Imagine does not, and Charter High School does not. North County Charter Elementary does. But the two that do not have transportation are Imagine and Indian River Charter High School.
Okay. All right, so that's, I think this is going to come into play with some of these down here and how we deal with it, but as to indicator 1, with regard to the data, is this something that we can agree to,
Other than 2,
I think I'm,
Other than 2, yeah.
other than 2?
But I still think that information with the times gives you what you're trying to get to. The distance traveled.
from students home.
But,
to
oh,
day.
we're looking from the distance from home
Right.
to stop. So I don't
No,
know.
That does not exist.
How
no.
would you, from your house to the bus stop,
Well, yeah, I
by
mean,
mileage? Or?
yeah, yeah. I mean, I
I don't know
understand.
if we, I don't,
2 miles.
I don't know.
Is there a limitation? Does the
Supposed to
school
be
have a
2 miles.
policy?
2 miles.
Yeah, I was going to say there's probably
So
a
it's
policy.
outside of 2 miles.
Outside
you-
of 2 miles.
you have
There's
2
2
miles
different
route.
questions. One is, when do you qualify
For
for
busing.
transportation? And that's more than 2 miles. But there's also, I believe, statute or rule that says there needs to be pickup spots, like where they can be.
Right.
Right.
And so, here's the thing, there might be 4 pickup spots near your house, and you get to pick which one you want to drop your kid off. You may want to drop them off where all of his friends are, or that may be where he wants to walk or she wants to walk because that's where all of his or her friends are. You know what I'm saying? So there's no way to say, you know, the Jones family has a kid in third grade, and we know that their house is, you know, 0.2 miles from pickup spot, because all we
It's
know
not
is.
an assigned pickup spot. It's a.
There is it is
Oh,
an
it is
assigned pickup stop, correct.
Right, but we don't keep a track of, you know, is that where the kid gets picked up, or, you know, what the distance is.
So I think then we're just trying to figure out how we would measure the accessibility of depot spots generally. And so almost even if like you could give us information as like the furthest depot spot from, you know, just so we have an idea of how far students using school choice need to travel to access busing. If there's any way that we could get some sort of picture of that.
Because he's saying that they don't keep track of the distance, then how do you assign the depot spot if you don't keep track
Even,
of it?
maybe we could look at the assigned and
Right.
just based on what's assigned.
Yeah, Jennifer would have those.
Okay.
I don't know how many total there are, but I've seen them.
We could put assigned pickup location.
Choice schools have transportation. Magnets, they do have buses that run to those specific schools. So some would be based on, if they have an ESE unit, you can get on buses, there's other routes. So it's not, 100% of the students are not being dropped off at any one particular magnet. They have, but we could pull you the percent of students by school that are transported.
I'm just wrapping my head around it. With Florida weather, and you have to give them, the distance from school is 2 miles in order to be able to use a bus. But the distance from the closest bus stop for that student is, you don't have knowledge of it or any way to.
We create the routes based on
Yes.
where the children live. So there's not a student walking 2 miles unless it's the one out there in Okeechobee where you live down a 2-mile dirt road or whatever the case would be. So generally speaking, they're gonna create a route that's closest to your house at what can be a legal stop. There are no, and then we work with families, oh, this stop, I need to be over here or over here. Can you add a stop over here? Is stuff we do at the beginning of, you know, every school year. And to be honest with you, once a kid is taking a bus in kindergarten, and we create a stop, it's the same stop for the next 12 years, regardless of the school that he goes to. So, you know, this is, everything is pretty solid. If there's a need, Ms. Idolette, we'll figure out a way to get that kid on a bus inside the 2 miles. We spend a significant amount of money transporting students even inside those 2 miles, based on request, and adding stops to schools.
Is the issue with the magnets and providing transportation, because it's only 3 schools, right? Is it distance?
It's not a matter of distance, it's a matter of, it's a open to all. So a bus services Glendale, services the Glendale zone. Sebastian Elementary services, so we run those routes, where if I apply to go to one of the magnet schools, I may live, you know, on the opposite end of county, but it's cool because my mom drops me off on the way to
But isn't that
work.
the same with choice?
That is a choice that they're making.
No, I mean, isn't that the same with choice schools? Like, I can choose a school
Same
that's-
thing, but it's ultimately, that's the choice. Yes, I'm making a choice, and if
So-
transportation can be provided, here's the best the system can do.
So it's probably the same with choice schools, in that if my
Yes.
closest school, if I choose something on the other side of the district, then it's going to be on me to get there
Or to the closest stop currently in existence
in that zone.
in that zone.
So is that what the depots are? It's actually just a pre-existing spot?
Yes.
It's a pre-existing route stop on that school's route? And
On
then
any
you,
school's route.
any school's route, and then you
gotta
just go to
you
the
have to get
closest
depot
stop?
that's closest to you.
Okay.
They really should just be called bus stops. I think
they're bus stops.
We're like depots.
I know.
Are there any other forms of transportation stops? We have the bus depots, bus stops, which are probably the same thing, and then door-to-door transportation, which is for specific circumstances. Anything other than those? Okay.
Yeah, 1.7. No, I mean, private transportation, that would be somebody would privately fund it. Outside of that, no.
But that's not the school. School
Right.
doesn't pay for that. Okay. All right, so we're okay on the data? You want me to read it one more time?
I mean, it's simply informational, so yeah.
Okay. All right, moving on. Indicator 2, the district shall offer daily busing to all enrolled students to and from their assigned school site in their least restrictive environment.
What are you trying to accomplish with
Yeah.
the phrase least restrictive environment?
understand.
We,
That's a very specific legal meaning in the education world.
that's what we were referring to, and just making sure that there's a racial, like, that there was no discrimination based on race as it relates to this particular legal definition in the, like, disability rights world.
I'm not familiar with ever using the phrase least restrictive environment in anything other than the disability world.
Right, right. But I'm just saying, like, that's the application that we would apply to, and just making sure that there's not race-based
So we're not
discrimination in the application.
We're not assigning students to different types of busing for the district's purposes for convenience. They're going to go on the bus that they should go on.
Yeah.
That's what we were getting at here.
We are absolutely, I believe I speak for my client, we're absolutely on board with that. I can't recommend going forward with the phrase least restrictive environment just because I can't get my brain to fit that here. That's a
Okay,
kid with a
what,
disability.
can you propose something?
Well, I mean, the
We're
other way
ju-
you said it.
Well, we're saying kids with disabilities who are Black, that they are provided.
Oh, I gotcha.
Yeah, do you see what I'm
Okay.
saying?
Yeah,
That,
yeah,
like,
yeah.
just making sure, like, I mean, if you are following this, it would be for all students, and just making sure that Black
Eligible
students are,
not all.
right, eligible students.
So
Do that.
the district shall offer daily busing to all eligible students, not all enrolled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good
Eligible
catch.
students.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To and from their assigned sites. Well, if you just said the district shall offer daily busing to all eligible students
To and from their assigned school
to and
sites.
from their assigned school, you don't need to say least restrictive environment, because when you assign a student to a unit, that a regular school transportation is provided. If I'm assigned to Wabasso, every kid, regardless of where they live in Wabasso, if they need it, has transportation. That's our ESC center. If I live in, one specific neighborhood, but the program that meets my exceptionality is at another school outside that zone, if transportation is provided. So if you're going to your assigned school, you're capturing that information.
I think that we want to just measure and ensure that African-American students with disabilities, just to get those measurements, is to see that they have adequate busing, or they have the busing that's provided in their least restrictive environment, whether that,
Yeah, now I'm back to being confused. What do you mean least restrictive environment as it relates to busing kids with disabilities?
I mean, it's an
I know,
IEP.
like,
I mean,
yeah,
a
it's
kid
an
needs
IEP, so it would be individualized. So if a student in their IEP, it says that they need an aide to
bus.
sit on the bus with them, that if that's provided to Black students as it is provided to white students.
So that's a little bit different than least restrictive environment. It's very different than least restrictive environment. And two, you're just saying follow the IEP.
That's what we're asking
Relative to
for.
a Black student.
Yeah, just making sure that I mean, and it seems like you're probably following that, but just so that we have that
Yeah,
information.
yeah. No, I'm only working
Yeah.
through this to make sure I understand, because this is the other thing I do is, due process hearings for all
Yeah.
that kind of stuff, so.
So maybe the district shall provide all accommodations as they, something as they relate to transportation for all African-American students,
How about all students with IEPs?
all students, okay.
But we're trying to be definitive of black students.
Right, where there's already a definition created with least restrictive environment.
That just doesn't normally pertain to a bus.
That's the problem we're having
That's
is,
the,
But we have the problem from the other side,
Well,
where
Florida-
it may not be afforded to that black kid. We want it documented, that is, the verbiage is there that defines that you will provide that for a black kid. That's all is being said. Least restrictive is taking it on a road trip that it don't belong if you insert black kid, or black student. Because this is relative to the desegregation order, the joint plan, which is relative to African-American students.
So the district shall offer daily busing to all black students to and from their assigned school site.
With the like you said, with the eligible, who are eligible and all.
If you're assigned to a school and you're black, I mean, you're covering it, exceptionality or not. I mean, this is another one where we're arguing over nothing, because this is 100%.
But not
Every student
necessarily.
gets transportation in an IEP.
We've seen
Not
it differently.
necessarily. Like, you judge it by what you're doing, but you're not always gonna be the superintendent here. And our point is to make sure that we capture the language that will ensure that whoever succeeds you will continue to abide by the same standards that we're expecting, or that has been set in this meeting.
By the time Tony Brown gets to be 65 years old, he's going to have gray hair. It's happening.
Bam.
You say you're doing it, why not put it in there? If you're following least
Yeah,
restrictive
I'm saying,
environment,
yeah.
if
I'm
a student
saying
is going,
all
if
black
their
kids,
closest
I'm
school is
saying
within the
everybody.
least restrictive environment, right, they need that whatever, and you're transferring them to there, and you're already doing it, what's the problem with having the language in there?
I don't think it's problem,
Because
I
it's-
think he's already said all black students,
Said
which,
all.
do you want to specify
more can you say when
specific?
you say
Yeah,
all?
he said all, so.
What if we do?
Who are you excluding when you say all?
So right here, transportation for students with disabilities and special health care needs. They discuss least restrictive
How
environment
about, say that again,
as
Marshawn?
well.
Where's that?
Transportation for students with disabilities and special health care needs.
So I think we should use that language, not.
No,
LR
they say least restrictive.
Who's
That's the
they?
title of the
Who's
of
they?
the actual article here. It's Illinois State Board of Education.
And they say what?
They discuss least restrictive environment with their transportation needs. It is in there. So it's not far-fetched for us to be discussing it and putting it in our transportation KPIs.
So my understanding of least restrictive environment is that it deals with, if you can, you have a student with exceptionalities or with disabilities in a classroom that is integrated versus segregated. That is a least restrictive environment. I don't understand how that applies to buses. That's the issue I'm having, is we're trying to take what is usually limited to the educational setting and trying to transport it to the transportation setting, which is why I liked what you guys were talking about, which is if there's an IEP that requires something, we need to make sure that we're following the IEP.
And I think that if we say that it would capture it, because that's what the least restrictive environment would be, right? Like
No.
if
The
it's,
least restrictive
No,
environment deals
but-
with curriculum.
I mean, I
But-
just,
But transportation is a part of education.
No, but LRE, so this is the Florida Department of Education. The least restrictive environment is the placement in which an individual student can be taught and make progress in the general education curriculum to the maximum extent possible with students with disabilities. We are saying the same thing, we just need to memorialize it in
The
writing.
district shall offer daily busing to all eligible African-American students to and from, put a pin in this, their assigned school, along with providing accommodations, I don't know if we say necessary, required, whatever the
Required.
word is, accommodations to African-American students with IEPs.
How about,
Close.
how about accommodations included in African-American students' IEPs? Because that's how you get an accommodation, is you get an IEP.
Yep.
And so I don't want to have a requirement that there's other accommodations that may or may not be included in the IEP. You understand what I'm saying?
Accommodations, would they be set forth in the IEP?
Yes, they should be. And if they're not, then they're not an accommodation.
Okay. Going back to assigned school, and this speaks to the choice and magnet issue a little bit. Okay, so we're saying we're going to give African-American students busing to their assigned school. Does that mean their zoned school? And is that all we're agreeing? Because to me, if a school is in my, and again, I'm going from Miami, everything's a little bit closer. So if my assigned school is something I can walk to.
Maybe
So
it's
does
their-
this get us anywhere?
Maybe
I
they're
mean,
enrolled school.
enrolled school.
Mhm.
That works.
And if it's a situation where the IEP doesn't cover transportation in that case, if that's not one of the accommodations, then it wouldn't necessarily be implicated, right? If you got a kid with disabilities that lives 3 blocks from his school or her school, the IEP likely might not cover transportation as an accommodation.
Okay. The district shall offer daily busing to all eligible African-American students to and from their enrolled schools and also provide accommodations set forth in the African-American students' IEPs.
I'm fine with that.
Well, I mean, if y'all are fine with that, but basically, you have the scenario that I just described. A kid that lives 2 blocks from his school, has an IEP that doesn't reference transportation, but now we're agreeing to do it no matter what.
But then it wouldn't be in the IEP.
She
so we
just said
wouldn't-
transportation,
wouldn't-
where it references it in the IEP.
IEP.
Yeah, where it's
so
in
So
the
that's, Jody, if you reread what you said, it was or. It was will provide transportation. And then there was a separate section for and.
Jody, could you
provide
read it
any
one more time?
accommodations
Yes.
in the IEP.
The district shall offer daily busing to all eligible African-American students to and from their enrolled schools, comma, and also provide accommodations set forth in African-American students' IEPs.
Yeah, so if you take away everything after the comma, what you're saying is irrespective of how far away from the school the student may live,
If it's in their
irrespective
IEP.
of whether or not they even have an IEP,
That's
or the.
incorrect.
It said if it's in their IEP.
She said if it's in their IEP.
No, that's
And if
not what I'm
I'm-
saying.
That's not what she's saying.
That's not what I'm saying. These are two different things in my mind. The district shall offer daily busing to all eligible African-American students to and from their enrolled schools. Is there
Comma,
agreement
that's it.
on that?
Right.
Period,
So
end
the
of story.
The word eligible means necessarily.
More than 2 miles.
More than
Right.
2 miles.
I'm
Gotcha,
eligible,
gotcha.
yeah.
Perfect.
That's cut
So
and
I
dry.
think the issue is these are two different things.
Yeah, and initially when we were talking about eligible, I believe Dr. Moore was saying it more along the lines of, these are kids that are eligible for certain things as a result of their exceptionality or their disability.
Oh, I understood it to mean there are certain requirements to access transportation in our district. One of those things is that you live with more than 2 miles away from the school.
So that was the disconnect.
Okay.
And that's, I think, clarifying.
Okay, so do we agree with this indicator as written?
Yeah, there's no, yeah, well, we can't not.
Daily busing to all eligible African-American students to and from their enrolled schools. Good, okay.
But we got to be careful too, because there are also kids that have door-to-door stops.
That's IEP.
That's IEP, yeah.
That's separate. So then
That is-
now do we need to include an indicator for African-American IEPs? Okay. All right, so let me add that.
And any IEP is a legal document.
It is, okay.
Because I can have an IEP and live a block and a half from the school and need transportation.
Right, exactly. And that happens.
IEPs are creative documents.
The district shall provide accommodations, maybe we should make clear that it's relating to transportation. The district shall provide accommodations set forth in African-American students' IEPs. Shall comply with the transportation requirements set forth in African-American
Identify
student
within
IEPs.
within a student's IEP.
Yeah, we
You
have
could say the district will comply with the IDEA, right? I mean, that's all you're telling us to do. Yeah.
Stick with IEP.
Yeah, don't put that other
Comply with
acronym out there.
transportation.
Because it'll lose a whole bunch of people.
My point is you're not requiring anything more than
No.
what federal law
No,
requires.
and that's what we're trying to get at, yeah.
Okay.
I like the IDEA better. I'm with him. I like IDEA better, yeah, than,
She's joking. There's no way that that's better.
That idea, I got 5 times when I get anything from them.
Oh.
Okay. Number 4, it would be now. The district will maintain a percentage representation of African-American students using school transportation that is equal to or above the percentage representation of African-American students in the district.
I think that was your proposal because it came from the strategic
The
plan.
next, both.
Yeah.
Both of
both
the
of
next
them,
are,
yeah.
And we-
okay.
Oh, for the next indicator, we did add
School choice.
school choice options specified. Is that okay? Okay.
Okay, so 5. The district shall ensure that admissions decisions for magnet or any other special programs shall not be made on the basis of transportation-related concerns. No issue there?
Well,
Magnets, a
that's
lottery.
driven by policy. So I have to go back and reference what policy says. Policy is, there's requirements based on policy on how you're enrolled or select into a magnet school.
It's a lottery.
So I would need to verify that this doesn't contradict policy made by the basis of transportation-related concerns. That's basically saying I could get to a magnet school, but if I don't have transportation to it, now I have to provide transportation to it.
No, it's saying that your decision to admit a student to that school?
It's a random lottery.
Yeah, it's-
Lottery.
Which
it's-
is
So-
policy-driven. It has nothing to do with
do with
transportation or anything
Or
else.
location in the district or anything
Location in the
else?
district. It's-
Yeah, so I don't think that would,
There's no issue with that.
there's no issue with that. This is saying that your admissions decision isn't going to be based on whether the child can get to school.
No.
It's something already in their lottery system. Backside of it.
Okay. The district shall ensure that transfers within the district shall not be restricted on the basis of transportation-related concerns.
What do you mean transfers? Like to unenroll and enroll in a new school? Or-
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what we meant by this was transfer from my assigned school to a choice school. I'm transferring out of my school into one that I choose.
So you wouldn't ever restrict someone's school choice option, is what we're
Because of
getting at. Because
transportation?
of transportation. You wouldn't say, hey, listen, you live so far from this school, we're not going to let you choose this school because you live too far. Right, like, there's no limitations on someone choosing to go to a different school under the school choice
I mean,
system.
you can choose, if you choose to go to Fellsmere and you live next door to Indian River Academy, we're not going to say, oh, please don't go there because it's too far for you. That's your choice.
Does it change the intent of what's being sought if transfers is enrollment? Transfers just isn't a word, like, you enroll and unenroll, like.
I think an enrollment would be fine.
You can change it.
Yeah.
This is,
Yeah, ensure that enrollment within the district shall not be.
Yeah,
Or
we're never going to
change
say
of
you can't go
enrollment.
there. I mean,
What is the concern?
I think in general, we're just looking to see that distance from a school is not going to impact your ability to attend a school.
And Indian River County School District has a history of doing that. Doc Jones, myself, and Mr. Seymour can attest to it, where they use distance as a a reason not to allow students to transfer. So there is history behind that. And my son was a poster child for it.
2000.
I think it also was in the 1998 plan.
Okay, the district shall ensure that the duration of daily student transportation is non-discriminatory. And again, here, we're trying to make sure that the amount of time on the bus is not disproportionate based on race.
If you your time potentially could be longer on the bus if you are electing to go to a choice school. That's further from your house. You will be on the bus longer.
I think they're saying it should not be based on race.
Yeah. It should not be discriminatory.
She can't hear you guys, neither one of you.
Caucasian student coming from Indian River Academy trying to get up to Sebastian Elementary or whatever, and then you have the same student coming from another school going just as far, but that minority student's on the bus longer for some reason.
Okay.
So it's just everything being equal,
Everything-
with all things being equal.
If those two kids were neighbors and the white kid got the transportation and the black student did not,
Yeah.
that would be inappropriate.
Right.
Okay.
The district shall ensure that the distance traveled from students' home to pickup location is non-discriminatory.
That's true.
And we would also, I mean, we can add, to just be consistent, assigned pickup location.
Works.
The district shall ensure non-discriminatory access to busing for any extracurricular activities that require it.
Well, some of the schools do have extracurricular buses now. I used to run one twice a week. I think we're down to once a week with transportation, and not all extracurriculars provide busing home either. It just,
But it's non-discriminatory. When that bus comes,
it's
whenever
for
the day it
everybody.
comes,
Yeah, yeah.
whoever the heck gets on it, gets on it.
yeah, when I had a detention, kids would get on it, extracurricular get on it, clubs get on it, yeah, everybody got on it. So when there's a bus running, non-discriminatory got it.
And now it has a lot to do with the budget. So say if the football team has a little bit extra money from the booster club, they may have more access than someone on the lacrosse team.
I'm going to tell a story here, but I shouldn't.
Go ahead.
Go ahead,
I
Doc.
used to get so mad at my head coach. I'm sorry. Because we didn't have busing when the kids got off. They were in back of a truck or something, something like it. But that was, I'm just going to be honest with you, that was done for years, for many, many years. I'm just going to tell you. But most sports, and I can't remember if Mr. Perry has one up there at Sebastian now, cannot provide buses home after extracurricular. What you try to do, like when we had clubs and everything, we try to do them on the same days. Clubs on Tuesdays, this on Thursday. And those are the only two buses I could run, and anybody could get on it to go. So you just try to do it on days where they can all get on it,
So is that a problem with accessing extracurriculars if transportation's not available?
Well, somehow most of the kids find a way home, and either with friends or family or coaches, but I don't know how widespread of a problem it is. In high school, most of them are driving, I'll be honest with you.
It's a catch-22 with school choice, so
Not necessarily, because when I coached the 12 years I coached for her, it was just, hey, do what you got to do to get home.
I know.
And I think it may be somewhat the same, and the kids would start carpooling, or parents would start carpooling. So it is a problem, it's just one that's not talked about, because kids are so apt to want to play sports that they, minimize some of the obstacles involved in doing it. So it's out there. I
And
know.
we never
And
left
as a
to
coach, Mr. Seymour experienced it himself.
We never left to practice without leaving everybody always got a ride home,
Yeah.
but you had to figure it out.
But what Mr. Seymour was saying is is important because if the football league has the money to have a bus, to bus kids home, right? But the academic clubs don't. So is
I
that
don't
going
know
to
that.
be?
I don't
No,
know
I
that.
know, but I'm just using as an example. Is that going to be an impediment to access for African-American students who need
Yes.
transportation, who are going to opt to not participate in the academic extracurriculars because they can't get home after school?
That's where a principal and the parents kind of meet and say, these are the days we're having club or whatever, and this is the day we have a bus home. So, I mean, I think that's the best way to attack it, but,
Because I don't think any of these, in either the transportation or the extracurriculars, speak to that issue.
And just to answer it bluntly, yes, it's a problem because, going back to Dr. Jones, when my nephew was on the chess team up at Sebastian, he been the only black kid and he lived in, Vero Lake, what is it, on 45th, Leonard Ecleve,
Yes,
Cavalier State.
Cavalier.
yes,
Yeah, I mean, do the best you can to get home.
I know.
You know, and so it's an impediment because you're not gonna find that many African-American kids in the chess, in the golf, these areas that they may need transportation, they live halfway across the county. And that's a long ride from Sebastian High School to Cavalier Estates. And because he wanted to do it, we had to find a way to get him back and forth. But we were better off than most people in that predicament. So it is an impediment.
Well, just to give you an example of one thing just recently occurred, we had a parent cheerleader at one of our local middle schools who could not afford, the fees because not only for the equipment, practice, and summer camp, she could not afford that. So we did take something off of her plate. We paid a portion of the fees, and she was able to, use her personal funds for fuel and travel. It's a problem, of course, and if every student had transportation, that would be a quality system, but, it's kind of hard for the smaller teams. And you got a team of 35, 40 students plus, it's a little bit easier, and most of them have a booster club. Just like band, they are able to do things if they choose to. They have a big budget. But then when you get down to, 2 to 3, maybe 5 team members, then it's going to be tough.
But if the indicator is to say, when you have the extracurricular bus, that it's non-discriminatory in terms of who's using it, then
Yes, absolutely, on
Yeah.
this one.
Yeah, we're
But
fine
just
on that
bigger
one.
picture, and they work together, right? Extracurriculars and transportation and making sure there's equal access for everybody. And to ensure that transportation is a key component of that. And so is there something that we can include that will speak to that issue? And if so, what would that look like?
Good question.
That was our question in the when the equity group was meeting. So does the football team, they don't take buses home, everybody gets a ride home for most of them?
Everyone gets, whomever's
I
available.
mean, like, they're driving their cars home, they don't utilize buses for after school?
No, it's an after-school bus, but anyone can get on it.
Okay, so that would include like track team too, and, okay.
How often do they run it now at Vero, do you know?
If I'm not mistaken, once a day, I think.
Just they do one a week? Or if we could just say, if elementary, middle could afford a bus home one day a week, at least that would help, Tuesdays are our club days or whatever.
Right.
And
But I don't know if I could.
I don't think we have the ability to run a after-school bus in elementaries even
Okay.
once a week. We don't have we don't have the time, we don't have the drivers,
probably
and
too-
we don't have the
That's
ability to
probably
do so. And most of the clubs in elementary are during
That
the
day.
day.
Okay, so it's
So
an
I-
issue.
It's really not an issue, because everyone who wants to be in a club, can be in a club, and we'll get you home some way. But to say, on Tuesdays
an
and
official policy?
Thursdays, what?
Is that an official policy?
Who knows? But on Tuesdays and Thursdays, we have an activities bus that, you know, whatever activity you want to do,
That's
do
right.
it Tuesdays and Thursdays, and I'm going to jump on the bus. One goes north, one goes south, one
what
goes
it
east,
does.
one goes west, however the heck that we do it.
Where is that? At what level?
That's
High
both
school?
the high school and middle schools.
Okay, what about elementary? I know at Rosewood might be different, but they did have a 2 or 3 week golf after-school program. And they, of course, in preparation for the Bill Wilson track thing, kids practice after school at all the elementaries. I think it was maybe 2 or 3 weeks. So I understand that the Magnus, is probably not going to be any transportation, but the other choice schools, they don't have it either, huh?
I don't know that,
That's from Jim.
And then, so if a kid wants to go from Vero High School to Sebastian and be on that football team, there is no transportation for that child home as far as a bus.
well, that wouldn't be allowed because you can't participate. If you're in one high school, you can't participate in their high school sports.
That's still
In-
FHSA.
If they're a member,
Mhm.
no. The charter school, I don't think has, so you can go and participate in your home school.
Okay.
But
Is
the
that on-
FHSAA, they do regulate that to prevent that from occurring, you know, people jumping and hopping from different schools. So in order for a person to play on a different team, it must be an application process where I do sit on that committee as well, and it's called a Good Cause Committee. But it's very, very few because the state really, they don't allow it. Yep.
Yeah. And I think off the topic, but that's being changed a little bit now, right? I think didn't it, the legislator took over the Athletic
Yep.
Association, right?
Yep, they did.
Yeah, they changed that. You can, I
Yeah.
can play football
I
in
thought it was-
Vero, and then I can play basketball in Fort Pierce. I can run track in Brevard.
I'm glad
But it's
they
still a
changed
clause
that.
there that
Yeah.
says if it is offered at your zone school, that's the original school. So you won't be able to come from Sebastian and play Vero Beach High School.
No, but you can go out of county.
Yes.
So you said there's no after-school activities at the elementary level?
Well, they are.
Buses.
There's after-school programming, there's, you know, I'd imagine there are this activity or that activity, but the majority are in fact during the school day.
And there's no busing for those
There's no
after-school?
busing for that.
They used to
wonder
have
if that's-
title. Sorry, Joe.
Sorry, I'm just, can we add that to the data too? I guess that'll change, but I think it would help us to understand what's happening once we disaggregate by race, if we know when the activities are taking place, right? When are these clubs meeting? Is that something that we can also have? Is that data that you have?
How
we have to
how
collect that.
specific? Like during the day after school?
Yeah. Yeah, we don't need the time. We just need, is it during school hours or is it after?
Some of them are before school
Or
and some
just
of them are
during school or outside
Yeah.
of school hours?
Yep.
outside.
I mean, do we have that now? No.
No,
Can
we
we
don't.
collect it in the future? We sure can. It's just one more question to ask.
So then maybe we can wait to see that data before because
Yeah.
it's possible that it's not an issue, but
But it is an issue, and it's been an issue for a long time, because if there's no transportation, then they can't, like,
Yeah.
there's this guy in Fellsmere who did not play football because there was no transportation for him, and he lived with his grandparent, and grandparent wouldn't bring him home.
But the remedy to that would be down to dollars. And, you know, paying drivers to be available and run, you
But-
know, from campus to campus.
But then it's also budgetary, right? Like, okay, so we cut costs all the time to fund what we need. If it's a priority, then we figure out how to fund that. Like with the 1994 DSEG, they didn't say, oh, we're not gonna do this because it's gonna be too much money. For the district, it said to create an inclusive and equitable environment for all students, these things should happen. And it also include transportation for extracurricular activities, because how else would these students participate if they didn't have transportation? I think Rendell started to, get rid of like different positions and things to help with his budgeting? Like that was one of the things that he had proposed in one of the budget, sessions. Do you all still have the budget sessions that's open to the public where you talk about the budget and different areas and
July.
why you're creating it?
So where are we on that one then?
Would we have to ask students why they aren't participating in the extracurricular? How would you know that transportation is the barrier?
From where we sit, it's obvious. I mean, Stevie Wonder blind, but he ain't stupid. We can see that it's a deterrent for our children in our neighborhoods. I coached Little League Baseball for 17 years. We would bring the kids every day to Wabasso, the kids that played. My truck would be like Coach Wilson's truck used to be, like a jet ready to take off. 10 or 12 kids, me, Joe Idlet, and others, we would bring these kids because they didn't have transportation. It seems, when you look at it from your prism, it seems that it's not a problem. But when you have an impoverished, under-resourced community who are in survival mode, who wants to participate, but there's so many obstacles preventing them from doing so, what you perceive as not being a problem is not relevant to what's going on in their real world. So we see that a lot of these kids in the streets because they can't access these programs. They can't even going on trips. I think something that, if you go back to Deion Sanders, when he went to Michael Strahan, because these college kids at Jackson State didn't have a decent outfit to wear on a field trip. Some of this stuff is as minor as kids not being able to dress up and go on field trips. So yes, all of these things matter.
So to go a step further, like beyond just the finances, sometimes the parent may be working an afternoon shift. And so now we don't have anyone to pick the kid up, but if there's an after-school bus that goes, then the child is going to get home.
How will we know they're not doing like Little Indians versus they choose to go that type of route? Maybe it's not little, the football, no. How,
Yeah, you are.
is it little,
I don't know.
Because like one of the gang members said to me,
the scrimmages that
when
are.
we had the meetings trying to get the violence to stop in Victory Park, he said, if you notice, there was no gangs when it was Gifford Youth Activity Center. He said, but they switched to Gifford Youth Achievement Center, and they eliminated a place for us to go. He says when it was activities, we were getting on girls, but when it became achievement, we developed these gangs and we hung out with each other. And what does a group of guys do in this community?
Interesting.
Oh yeah, it's, the idle mind is the devil's workshop. And if you give me that opportunity not to do anything, and one of the things that, and Dr. Jones, no, because we weren't getting paid anything, and we were able to control a lot of stuff by, and Mr. Simo knows it, just off track a bit, there's a young man that's in prison now that him and I were major in keeping him out of prison with sports. It was from a dysfunctional family, a whole lot of stuff was going on. As Mashawn said, I'm in survival mode, I'm working 3 jobs, I can't babysit, so he was left to his own devices. But for some reason, Mr. Seymour and I could get to him. He was finna turn a basketball game out one night. I'm on one side, Mr. Seymour on one side, and we just stood up and hollered, and he froze. But had we not been in his life and provided him with basketball, he didn't have he could tell the story, didn't have money for this, he go on the field trip, couldn't buy any food, all of these things that you may not see that are problematic. So when you try to put it in a little bubble, how would we know? I think, Jody, you mentioned it, relationships. Without relationships, you don't understand this. So when we're trying to do KPIs that define this stuff and let you have a better understanding, when David Moore is not anywhere around saying this what you will do, this what you must do, this what you're gonna do, if it is not in a document, people do what they want.
Yep.
I think what I heard Dr. Safdie say, though, is how do we measure it? Right? Because knowing the community as well as you guys do is helpful to identifying the problems. But when it comes to evaluating compliance with the KPI, how do we collect the data to determine what percentage of kids?
I think you can draw inferences. I
Yes.
think
We're
that
just
you
going to
can.
do inferences?
No, but I think that it's one thing to look at. If you have an activity that provides transportation, like football, and you have a high rate of African-American participants, and you have a club sport that doesn't provide transportation, and you have a lower rate of African-American students, I mean, you're going to have to draw inferences at some point.
Yeah, something's wrong.
Well, the Booster Club, when we talk about football, it sponsors every sport. So what you see at the football stadium actually pays for a lot of other sports.
Yep.
The times may differ a little bit, field availability may differ somewhat, but that is a pot of money that the school will use. Vero Beach High School seems to have a little bit more than Sebastian, and you know, it's based on parental support.
I'll dig a little deeper, Mr. Seymour. I wasn't gonna mention it, but Vero Beach High School doesn't have to worry about anything. They got deep pockets. They've been had it. Vero Beach High School football stadium was grossing over $250,000 a year. I ain't telling you what I heard, I'm telling you what I know.
A little bit more when I was there.
Hallelujah. And you had Dr. So-and-so would buy 65 travel bags. You had Proctor would float a loan for a Jumbotron. I mean, if we're gonna talk about these things, we need to know the totality of what we are talking about, where these major people spend all of this money for gladiator sports. And as Jody was saying, the inference of why is this working and this is not? These black kids don't have to want for nothing if they put on their football outfit, their basketball outfit, or their basketball outfit. They have to want for nothing. They will be chauffeur driven to their homes. They will make sure that they have tutors or whatever. This is stuff that when you say, how do we do it? The inference is, if this is so good, ladies and gentlemen, let's find out where the problem exists. Where's the disconnect?
Well, even too with just like how you announce that football season's happening and there's tryouts, you do it the same way. I mean, you could have when parent signs to say that they can participate. There could also be questions asking, if you had transportation, would you participate?
Or
You know,
I
like,
was just
are
going
you-
to say, yeah, if you want direct evidence, I mean, you can get it.
Like,
You
if
can,
you're
you can have,
interested,
you can
yeah.
have that go down in the pamphlets that have to be filled out by the parents before school. Does your child want to participate in extracurricular activities? If so, do you require transportation? I mean, if you want direct evidence, we could get it by having these surveys that are completed by the parents. And then you'll know.
And in the same year that they required pay for play, they took part of the athletic funds and paid for the athletic director's salary.
I'm not
So
touching
that
that.
salary was paid for, but the kids had to pay to play.
And just a administrative note that we're at an hour.
How do
So
we?
maybe a survey, to answer your question, like
So
Jody just said.
collecting that information is, I feel like we're talking about barriers for students to participate in extracurricular activities.
Yeah.
So maybe there's a way to assess the root cause of one of the possible root causes to participation in extracurricular activities is transportation.
Yeah.
So that should be assessed in extracurricular
Extracurricular.
activities.
That's fine.
Where transportation is, do we make sure every kid, regardless of color, can get to the school, and IEPs? I just don't think this is the right section. Transportation, if it's a barrier to participate in extracurricular activities, that's what it should be. But when you look
And
at
if
the
that
green
barrier
factors,
falls
transportation.
disproportionately on African-American students because they don't have
I'm
transportation.
not disagreeing with that. I'm just saying, when you look at transportation, what's being looked at is, are we providing transportation to and from school?
I would agree to adding a KPI in the extracurricular section on the barrier.
And here too, because I think it goes under both, and I can go back to 1994 if we need clarity.
But let me say this. We can add those things, but still, we have a goal to increase participation of African-American students in extracurricular activities by 2%. So whatever the barriers are, it's covered. Transportation is one. Finance, one. Academics, another. That's quite a few things that we can focus on that would be a barrier, but the goal is to continue to increase the percentage,
Yeah, I just don't.
regardless of whatever it is.
Yeah, I just don't see how we can address transportation and say to and from school and that's it, when there's other activities that are occurring that students are being excluded from because of lack of transportation.
And I like to add, when I was in school, school was the heart, church was the soul of the community. So to isolate, to some of these kids, especially kids of color, school is their world. That's their social world, that's their ability to eat, get educated, social. I mean, it's bigger, but I think it has been kind of destroyed in a sense because we are isolating aspects. And there's one thing I said about the joint plan, the DSEG order, all of it. The tentacles of it run rampant all over each other. So each one of them goes into the other. Extracurricular goes into transportation. Transportation goes into this. So when we try to isolate them, we're doing a disjustice to the work we're sitting here trying to do. That's my two, I don't know.
So are we adding a KPI to extracurricular then?
And transportation.
I think that's okay because the transportation, the goal statement and the 2018 joint plan, which incorporated the 1994 order, says service, activity, or program. So I think that those plans, they've contemplated any service, activity, or program provided by the school.
What if we say that the district shall ensure that access to transportation is not a barrier to participation in extracurricular activities?
Yeah, access to transportation, but what if the transportation isn't there in the extracurricular activities? You know, some schools can run it once a week, some do 2 a week.
Some do none.
Some do none. And I know most elementary, the other thing too, when you have those after-school buses, everybody's getting on, from detention club, football, whatever.
Detention
basketball.
club?
No.
After school.
But, and it takes a while to get those kids home. I know why elementary doesn't do that. Parents don't want those kids coming home that late, because it's no route, it's everybody.
Yeah.
Even if you say north and south. So it still takes a long time to get those kids home, a long time.
Are there short buses as opposed to like big yellow buses?
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Is that a bad term?
That's
Sorry, I
discriminatory.
didn't mean that.
Record.
Oh, is it really?
Discriminatory.
I meant the littler buses.
Smaller
Just-
buses.
Just a couple.
Not what I meant.
There
Not what I meant.
is, and this is really, if we're going to problem solve this, it becomes school site specific.
Yep.
And Tony's right. In some cases, because of the volume of activities, it's not really an issue. And other schools that may have less resources, it's more of an issue. But how you solve it at the school site may not be, it may be an administrator saying, all right, what you just said, transportation cannot be a barrier for a student to participate in a thing after school. That may make the coach, the athletic director, the activities director, the sponsor say, okay, how am I going to ensure these kids get home? There has to be a plan for it.
Yeah.
Doesn't necessarily mean the district has to fund transportation, because that's just never going to be a reality for this system or any other. Oh, wait a minute, they found something.
No, it just goes beyond to and from school.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's any service, activity, or program, yeah.
Or if we could say not in a discri-
Well,
we
then,
could say not in a discriminatory manner, and after you get the surveys and see, okay, you got this many kids, and
Yeah,
it's
that's-
obviously discriminatory
that's
at
the
this school.
action we need to take
And we
to
can
say-
fix
Yeah.
that issue.
is a kid, and I think this is beyond unitary status. It's, unitary status is, quite honestly, way down here. What we should be doing for kids is way up here. And this is one of those way up here conversations. Are there kids at Sebastian or Vero saying, man, I'd really like to participate, and forget just the color of your skin, the money that you have? Because am I saying I would like to participate in something after school, but I can't, because I can't get
Because I
home?
can't get home.
Then that needs to be, in my mind, all right, the schools are nimble enough to say, that's not going to be a barrier, we're going to figure that out. And I think that can be accomplished. I don't think it's the current reality now. I think from where you sit, you know, there are children making that decision and not telling a soul.
I know.
And that's the opportunity to improve. I just, yeah, I guess my only struggle is saying, we will provide transportation. I'll never meet it, because B, I can't fund it. It can't be done. But there's a way to get it done. It's just not saying, we're going to give you a bus.
See, and that's where I have an issue, because I feel that it can be done, right? Because you're
do I.
constantly creating district positions that are six-figure salary positions that could then be allocated for transportation.
I'm eliminating those positions.
The document she
but
was just
if-
reading goes back to something Adrian said, the joint plan, about services.
Yeah, no, that's what it says, that's what it says, yeah.
And I think that verbiage should cover everything, but I'm just insistent that we do add the KP for extracurricular, but I'm gonna stand with Jody, we have to do something with transportation, because they interact, they interface.
I don't, it says programming, it says what it says, so
Yeah.
I don't disagree with that.
Mr.
No.
Browning, I think you were on the right track. The district shall provide the district shall ensure access to busing for extracurricular activities. Shall ensure that busing for extracurricular activities is non-discriminatory.
It's non-discriminatory.
Yeah, and
It
it
doesn't say
wouldn't,
that we must provide. We just make sure that it's non-discriminatory.
It mirrors the three indicators before it.
Yeah.
It says, it's the same STEM that we've
and you
been
probably
using.
wouldn't have an issue at Fellsmere because maybe all of the kids live in that area.
Correct.
And there's not a lot of choice perhaps there, but at other schools. there might
But
be some.
when you talk about Fellsmere, there's an issue with sidewalks. So a lot of the individuals who live within a 2-mile radius are getting transported because of that fact. So it's different at every school.
And with Fellsmere, I know because I'm with the health department, we did a assessment, and sidewalks is at the top of the list, and the city is supposed to be taking that. We never thought that sidewalks and streetlights would be the top two items, but they were the top two in Fellsmere. So we're working on that, but thank you, Dr. Shafty. It goes back to Adrian, it goes right back to Jody. Now, let's put some verbiage in this to support what's already there, instead of back and forth, I can't do this, we can't do that. Hey,
I think we take it from the joint plan where it says any service program.
nothing makes a failure but a try.
What is it, service program?
It's in the goal statement. It's, if you want to copy and paste it.
Unless we're gonna do KPI for each one for service?
No, that's not
program?
necessary. All right, so we have,
for the whole,
we have
I'm
that
getting
one.
all I can
Break
get.
it down.
But I like the one that Dr. Moore was talking about, and maybe, and I think it does go in extracurricular, but saying the district shall ensure that access to transportation is not a barrier to participation in extracurricular activities.
I agree.
That would be good for
I agree.
extracurricular.
Yeah.
Well, can't fight with that one.
I know, because we were done that one, so we could just add it real quick. We're good.
Hey, I mean, we not locked in this. If it's gonna work, make it work.
That's right.
No, I mean, that's a huge statement.
I just want to make sure. we get
Doc,
out
when
there.
you're right,
It
you're
gives- But
right.
it gives flexibility too. I mean, there's flexibility
Well,
there.
flexibility on how you solve the problem.
Yes,
Yeah.
right. Okay, so, moving along then.
Almost the same for both, really.
The district will provide technical support, embedded professional development to school transportation professionals.
Yep. agree.
Yep.
The district shall ensure that any student disciplinary action related to behavior on school buses should be based on a consistently applied policy that ensures non-discriminatory outcomes and shall record and maintain all disciplinary infractions and punishments by racial subgroup, school grade, and transportation professional.
Just as to change policy to procedure.
And you do have the,
We-
she couldn't hear you.
Sorry, recommendation to change policy to procedure.
So we'll second that indicator.
And we still have the video cameras on the buses, right?
Yep.
That cuts out a lot of.
Yep.
Our school.
I thought of the incident with them already saying.
Interesting.
And they shot the
All right.
video.
The district shall ensure that transportation professionals are assigned based on non-discriminatory criteria and that transportation professionals do not issue disciplinary referrals in a discriminatory manner.
Hold on.
Probably two different things.
I like them.
I mean,
cameras.
they have a contract on seniority, which is non-discriminatory, so I don't think, I'm just making sure they bid on routes based on experience or
Right.
something.
There's a preferred route.
Based on
And
seniority that you get to.
No, but what is the preferred route?
For this district, I can't speak in Miami. It was the longest one because you got paid the most.
Right. It's-
So-
That's normally how many hours
Yeah.
you could get.
Yeah.
Yeah. Got it.
They love to drive to Okeechobee. Get back at 12
You
o'clock.
ain't got nobody on your bus 50% of the
One
time.
person.
One person, yeah.
So I can't imagine any agreed upon contractual would be discriminatory, but there would be someone who, I mean, we just retired someone 49.5 years. He wasn't a
Richard
bus
Tremmel,
driver,
Richard Tremmel, he used
but
to
he
do
got,
that.
if, someone who's worked 40 years is gonna have, they get to pick up routes.
Yeah, they get seniority.
But I understand what I mean, I would ask that Ms. Adelet look at that and just proffer something that maybe, I think it should be fine, though.
Oh, I
Do you think those should be split
Yeah, exactly.
into two indicators? They should. Because they're two separate, they are,
Oh,
the and
like a
is
hawk.
bridging two separate.
They just both relate to transportation professionals.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like driven too.
Okay, so next we're moving on to section 4, representation of African-American teachers and instructional staff.
All righty.
We call this the Browning section.
Representation of American teachers.
Did we do student assignment? No?
Not yet, that's the last one. Okay.
Which one we on now?
Everybody with me?
First
4.
page.
The school board shall promote policies and practices to achieve and maintain a reasonable representation of African-American teachers and instructional staff at each school. the goal.
Teachers and instructional staff.
Okay. Indicator 1, the district shall, this is as modified, the district shall collect and maintain records and data listing all teaching and instructional staff vacancies, the race, years of experience, and certification of all applicants, interviewees, and persons hired to fill the vacancy. Oh, that's the end of the sentence. Hired to fill the vacancy. So records of the vacancies, the race, years of experience, and certifications of the applicants, interviewees, and persons hired. You have all that data? Okay. All right.
Yeah, indicator 2, we just, because I think we addressed it in section 3. We just
Yeah, we took that one out.
Representation of
Okay. New indicator 2. The district shall collect, maintain, track, compare, and report via the dashboard the years of experience, certifications, teacher evaluation ratings, appointments, i.e. grade level subject area chair, mentor teacher, instructional coach, etc., and teacher turnover by race within each school.
I think that's in the strategic plan. No?
Not that detailed?
Race, years of experience, and certification. Interviewees and the persons hired to fill the vacancy. What? Yeah, but, yeah.
Hold on, I catch up with you real quick.
Race, certification, interviewees.
Just 1 second.
I think we do that as far as,
That was what was being provided to us, the committee, remember? Like, we requested that
Right.
information.
there was an issue with that one.
That's how you're gonna be able to tell with the certified.
Oh, we don't.
But then we went a step further, we asked for
Oh.
the makeup of the interview panel to ensure that it was inclusive, you know? Which we have not discussed today.
I don't know what happened in that little statement.
So we don't have that tracking on the dashboard at this time.
Mentor teacher?
Oh, Lord. The life in the district shall, the dashboard,
What is it on, what do we have on the dashboard now as far as?
years of experience.
HR?
We're just, and I think with the parentheticals, we're just trying to explain the words that we're using because they may not be the same words that you use, right? So we said appointments, what we meant by that was exactly what's here. What grade level are they at? What are the subject areas that they're teaching? Or, you know, are they a coach? Are they in an advanced placement class? Like, what are they teaching?
Position?
Position would cover everything?
No, like,
Like, would position cover coach or music teacher?
position,
or-
an instructional coach is a classification of instructional staff. Mentor, if they're a mentor teacher, is that what
Yeah.
that would be a supplement?
So when you say teacher evaluation ratings,
I don't know that we can do that.
yeah, we can't do that on the dashboard.
Okay. Used to, right?
What do you mean, put on a teacher's evaluation?
We were talking about this. I don't know if it was Indian River. Maybe you were telling me about your experience.
I mean, somebody
At
can do
your
a
kids'
public records request and get it,
Yeah.
but not.
No,
public-
I was talking
remember we
to
were
you,
talking
yeah,
about
this
the
was,
school- I thought it was Dr. Moore, but it was.
It was a
you,
different
Dr.
district, and
Yeah.
it was very much off the record. so-
Oh, was it? I'm sorry. Forget. Ignore that, scratch it. Sorry, it all starts to muddle together in my head.
Yeah.
We don't have this on the dashboard now.
No, that would bring some lawsuits.
If you had the teachers'
Evaluation.
evaluation,
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that would, I know if you put mine out
I mean,
there.
it's public record though, so
Yeah.
you
You
can do
want me
public
because
record.
I'm making it accessible to the public when it's already under sunshine?
Public records, they would get it, but otherwise, that's one might, good, but might be a slippery slope.
That wouldn't work, would it, Mr. HR? I'm looking.
what if we take out via the dashboard? I think we could do one of two things. We could either take out reporting it on the dashboard and just have it in a section essentially for us, or you can have, that's obviously subject to public records request, or you can take out the teacher evaluation ratings and probably everything else is fine. So which do we prefer?
Just taking it out would be the most straightforward, yeah.
The evaluation?
Mm-hmm. But we would still want to know the evaluation rating because it's important. So what is that, disclosed privately? Do we state that that would be disclosed privately?
It wouldn't be in one place. I think we could ask for it separately in certain cases when needed.
And
Because it is, you can have access to it as a public record, I think, when after.
There's so many colors in
Here.
this section, it's
Yep.
confusing.
And on top of that, if we were dealing with a client, they would probably already have their evaluations
Okay.
as part of their
And then what if
portfolio.
we're dealing with a superintendent that doesn't want to give us information? Because,
That's what Michelle just sent me, teacher evals.
right, because we've been there. I think this was more so for transparency.
Yeah, it is.
So are we leaving it as the district shall collect, maintain, track, compare, and report via the dashboard the years of experience, certifications, positions, and teacher turnover by race within each school?
Yes.
What dashboard?
That's the school.
No,
they
they-
have one.
Turnover by race, what does that mean? Like,
Got 10% turnover rate for African Americans.
20% of your black teachers this year.
so I'm basically comparing my
Every year, how many?
ethnicity of my faculty one year compared to the new year, and then deltas, okay.
Kind of like Dr. Shafty said, 12%, now down to 10%.
Okay,
That's reflective of the,
that's easy.
Some schools increasing, somebody new comes in, all of a sudden it's a decrease, and you're like, wait a minute, what's the problem?
to our attorneys, would it be better percentage or bodies?
Always better bodies, I think.
I would just,
It's both.
Yeah.
It's both. The
Okay.
dashboard provides for, you can look at it by number, and then there's also a percentage section where it shows
Works
you the
for me.
percentage based on the numbers. Okay.
Just a note, just looked at, teacher evals have a 2-year lag time because of statute.
Unless they voluntarily give it to you.
Correct.
Oh, not to them, like they get their evaluation.
Yeah.
and it's
Oh, yeah.
Like 2 years
Right, that's what
after.
I was
You're
referring
like,
to.
okay, that is
Normally,
inefficient.
that's our client.
You have
You're going to be evaluated for how you did 2 years ago.
Yeah, yeah. That's great for us.
Teachers who have effective and highly effective VAM scores.
Okay.
We good.
Are VAM scores continuing?
Oh, no. They choose their measure, their student achievement measure. VAM is not a requirement anymore by statute for testing grade level. They pick at the beginning of the year as part of their deliberate practice, their student achievement measure. It's customized based on the teacher. So it could be iReady, it could be, they pick it.
So it's not going to be a standard uniform, you've got needs improvement, satisfactory, effective, highly effective.
The ratings stay the same, but the percentage of their evaluation connected to student achievement is self-selected.
Yeah, that's what I get.
Yeah.
Okay, 3, the renewal rate of African-American teachers and instructional staff shall not be less than 80% of the renewal rate of their white counterparts. We took this language from the one that we had agreed to previously.
Yep,
Okay.
we did. That's a consensus.
sorry, I've lost my,
The percent of African-American teachers and instructional staff at each school, is that it? Shall measure plus
Yes,
minus
okay,
3
okay,
percentage
thank you.
points.
yeah, our
African-American.
proposal was the percentage of African-American teachers and instructional staff at each school shall measure within plus or minus 3 percentage points of African-American students in the district by 2025.
And we were just
Dropping 2025.
condensing what was in target 4.3.
Can we get rid of 2025?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you can add, I wouldn't continue to improve until you get to,
Parity or,
yeah, something.
so get rid of 2025 and say until the language that we have. Until the percentage of African-American teachers measures,
Well, this one doesn't say increase. So this
Oh,
one
yeah.
says it's going to measure within plus or
Okay.
minus
Plus or
3.
minus 3, yeah.
and
Okay.
that's just what it's going to be.
And
right?
that's just what it's going to be.
Okay,
Okay.
and then
So
we'll
are you giving, okay, that's fine. I mean, it's binary.
Yeah.
It's not,
At the end of the day,
yeah.
Yeah.
I know we're not there at all schools, and we've shown improvement in some schools, and other schools, one darn person throws the whole thing off. But that's where we want to get to.
Okay. The district and each principal shall increase the representation of African-American teachers and instructional staff in honors, gifted and talented, and advanced and accelerated courses compared to the district-wide average of African-American students. Dropping 2025.
Oh. We do, I'm just thinking through gifted and talented. Because there's a state, there's a national
Certification.
criteria on what makes you gifted and talented. Whereas a student who shows potential, we can make sure they have the opportunity to be in an honors course and/or advanced placement.
Teachers.
Okay, let me just pay attention and drink some more coffee.
But,
It's teachers.
but you're saying, you do have to be gifted, endorsed,
Certified,
yeah.
Endorsed.
The teacher does.
Mhm.
But is there any problem? I mean, are there,
It's not a problem, it's just a time commitment. It's like the CLINA discussion we had, like it's a parameter to be able to work
is
with.
it offered in the district, or is it something they have to receive outside?
They have to do it on their own time. Through like
online.
fiddlers, I think so, yeah.
It's on, you can get it online, usually Fiddlers.
It's 300 hours.
What's
Coursework.
what is the baseline here? I don't,
I don't know.
It just says
We don't know.
improve, right? Increase.
We didn't know. Yeah,
You want to take out 2025?
yes, yes.
we did.
Oh, here we go back to early childhood.
I mean, we'd love to know, do you have that record, like? Sure we do. No,
It would not be hard to pull, but no, not right, no, we don't, right now.
that's why we have just improve, because
We know it's bad.
we don't know. Okay, and the next one is African-American teachers and early childhood and or literacy specialization in the VPK program, we can change that language, shall measure within plus or minus 3 percentage points of African-American students in the district.
And at this indicator, we were trying to capture what the previous indicator captured, of just like increasing their representation. I mean,
Why
I
not
think,
just
oh, go ahead.
voice it the same?
Well, I'm wondering if it should be in the district, like, shouldn't it be in that age group? Like, because if you want teachers that teach students that look like them, I wouldn't measure it against K-12, I would measure it against
The
the children
VPK
they're
program.
teaching.
Right,
Yeah.
that's, yeah.
In that program. Isn't there different language too, Dr. Shafty? that,
We
Yeah,
did
from
early
before,
learning
yeah.
instead of VPK because that covers pre-K, ESA, pre-K, and VPK, so. And then emergent literacy is how we changed the,
So we looked at some data, didn't we, about like the students that did not go to VPK versus the students that went to
Yeah,
our
we did.
VPK program?
I forget, I remember Dr. Warrior was here.
Yeah, and they came in doing better than the ones that went to VPK.
Which is why we've identified that increasing representation of African-American teachers in that program would make the program more effective.
Yeah.
That's what you were saying.
So, Dr. Shafty, I guess then would the indicator read African-American teachers with early childhood and/or emergent literacy specialization in the early learning program shall measure within plus or minus 3 percentage points of the African-American students in the early learning
enrolled in
program?
the, enrolled in the early learning program.
They offer these classes, I think, through early learning childcare resources. So,
Okay, I think we agreed to this next one.
so then we're just gonna have to get some more students to get that certification.
This is us. The district and each principal shall increase representation of African-American administrative, professional service, and leadership staff, including but not limited to guidance counselors, school counselors, assistant principals, and principals at each school within plus or minus 3 percentage points of African-American students in the district by 2025.
Just get
2025, we know
Knock
going,
off
right?
20.
that, and then guidance counselor and schools counselor are the same thing.
Right.
Yeah, and what do you mean by professional service and leadership staff? Because administrative would be leadership staff.
Yeah, you
Profe-
don't need-
Professional would be pro-tech, I'm guessing.
Well, wouldn't it be
We don't-
support? Like maybe it's administrative, instructional, support staff, behavior support?
Professional
Support.
service, yeah.
I think we just have to figure out the language.
Yeah.
So,
That is,
You get what we're trying to say?
yes.
So one word, we're trying to define
I
professional services.
so we have just guidance counselors, assistant principals and principals, and then would administrative leadership staff, or what would be the replacement word?
Who are you looking for in administrative?
Because administrative is ambiguous, it is.
Yeah.
'Cause it
I don't
could be
know.
the
How is,
secretary.
I'm
Who are
trying to
you?
remember now, we
Leadership
dropped this a
assistant.
long time ago. What, we were trying to think of like other leadership staff at the school that's not instructional.
Student services would,
Okay,
if you just said student services and maybe took out school counselor or support
Okay.
staff, I'm trying to think what is the most comprehensive, but also clearly defined.
okay. So if we had,
Looking at those, which I would think would be important, my success coach, the dean, the counselors, we already have those. If the school had a social worker, that's where you'd want to see equal representation.
And
But
are
but I
those-
wouldn't suggest student services because that is a department.
Correct. I
In
think,
itself.
I think they're still instructional, right? They're still under the instructional classification. So if we had administrative, which I think is what, like principals, APs, instructional, classroom teachers, guidance counselors, instructional coaches, and I don't know the language here, but we support staff, would be your paraprofessionals.
What was it? What kind of
Sup-
support staff?
I think it's support staff.
It is support staff, teacher aides.
Yeah,
That would encompass a lot more.
it's everybody. I mean,
Probably
that's,
do administrative/leadership.
Behavior techs.
okay.
So it's from the top. The district and each principal shall increase representation of African American administrative, instructional,
I think instructionals, okay, no, never mind. Ignore me.
support staff.
I
Is that what
think
you just
that
said?
covers every classification.
So administrative would include the assistant principals, the principals, the deans, the,
I think.
where do the social workers and guidance counselors fall in?
They're instructional.
Support staff,
Te-
wouldn't
Support staff.
Yeah,
Support staff.
instructional.
Okay, so those
Are
three?
you gonna put the positions in parentheses?
I can, I just don't want to limit it. We could say like including but not limited to.
Maybe have administrative / leadership, because I feel that administrative could be with another group of people, it could just be the secretary, right? Because in any other field,
Administrative is like a, it's
Right,
like a
like-
very particular, yeah. Okay. Second to copy it.
He's awful quiet.
Okay.
I was just thinking about it.
The promotion rates of African-American teachers and instructional staff to advanced professional roles shall not be less than 80% of the promotion rate of their white counterparts.
Right, is it the same? Is it the same terminology we used before?
It is, just a different, yeah. Okay, good? Student assignments.
Do you need to take a break,
Need a break? Anybody need a 5-minute
court
break?
reporter?
thank you.
Well, I'm gonna put a check in a box somewhere. Hold on. What section was that? That was 3? 4, right?
Yeah.
4.
So we have 5 and 6?
6.
No, we didn't do 6.
We didn't.
We just have
I'm
7,
sorry.
we just have 7
7.
left. In this particular meeting, and then we'll have student achievement
Yeah, yeah, that was-
after this, and then.
Then we will assess.
Are on 7, yeah. Okay.
So we have one more today.
It's 1:47, I know, it's perfect.
Section 7, student assignments, goal statement. Each year, the percentage of African American students assigned to and within individual schools should be consistent with the percentage of African American students represented in the school district.
I think it's fine. Do you want to remain consistent and keep the joint plan language like we've done for the others, or?
Student assignment.
And also, it's just that with that portion of the goal statement, it's so narrow with the school choice. I mean, that's important, obviously, into the district, but it doesn't speak to the whole student assignment picture.
I think it's fine. It just is, it's just different than what we did the other sections. So.
Yes, sir.
Says what we want.
Indicator 1, the district shall ensure that the African American student population at each school is within a range of plus or minus 9 percentage points in proportion to the percentage distribution of African American students district-wide.
It's in the plan. So.
It's in the plan.
That's the plan. Okay. The school district will continue to enhance school choice and magnet school offerings district-wide to maximize opportunities for African American students to enroll in schools that best align with their needs and interests. So for this one, we were hoping to discuss what it means to enhance offerings and how to measure that.
So we already have the measurement of zoned versus school choice as a student breakdown by race, and then corresponding transportation. I know it's a different section, but that's
So
already data we have.
I mean, as it's written, it's kind of evaluating some of the choice options. Are they relevant for all students, is kind of how I'm reading it. The school district will continue to enhance school choice and magnet school offerings. Magnet's about tapped out unless we build more magnet schools or add additions. They're pretty much at 100%, or they stay at 100%. So the real opportunity for both of them is to look at the offerings at those particular schools to make sure that they're best aligned to the needs and interest.
What is an offering at a school?
So an offering may be a STEAM component or the visual and performing arts at Sebastian Elementary School.
yeah.
I mean,
Indian River
that school has
Academy of
done
Robotics.
crazy work, but it's the only, maybe there's more of an interest on the south side of town to have another one. Looking at the offerings to make sure they're aligned to needs. That's kind of what I would be looking at and providing evidence to this indicator.
How do you enhance school choice?
And make it more enticing.
How do you do that?
Offer more relevant programs. So if I have a program at school A that is basket weaving and no one's going to basket weaving, I enhance it by saying we're going to get rid of basket weaving and I'm going to do e-gaming. I'm just responding to what I see there. But if that's not the intent of the indicator,
Strategic plan.
Because it says, enhance, so you're going to continue to enhance school choice, I read that as one thing, and magnet school offerings. I read that as a separate thing. Are those two different things, or am I reading that wrong?
They're the offerings at those locations.
Offerings applies to both school choice and magnet, okay. So school choice offerings and magnet school offerings would be a correct way to say it as well. Okay. To maximize opportunities for African American students. So are the offerings that are offered at each school choice and magnet school going to be specific to African American students? To entice them to enroll in those schools?
it should be to entice all students, but we should look at it, I'm thinking like a Glendale Elementary School. Pretty diverse group of students. But if we're looking at those who are coming in at choice and you see they're only recruiting, Hispanic students, maybe we need to look at what we're doing with our recruitment efforts to enhance at Glendale for black students. Or if those are the kind of things that I think we would be looking at here.
How do you recruit to the schools?
So we have a number of fairs. We have a recruitment window. So we have like open houses. We do community events. We have back to school nights where everyone's selling their particular program. So, and this is very at the forefront of what we're doing in public education because choice is, we're not the only game in town. And the money is given equally to anybody to go anywhere. So, to me, this is one I know we're going to do really good at because if we're going to maintain enrollment, maintain teachers, we got to maintain kids. But I think this one is fine.
Do we know how many at this time are going to their zone school, Doc? Do you know what percentage of kids go to their zone school?
We do. I can
Oh,
flip
well,
it and
of
tell
course.
you.
That somewhere.
I can tell you, African-American students enrolled in school choice and magnet programming, baseline is from 1920, we were at 18%, 2022 outcome 28%, and then we have a goal by 2025 to increase to 30%.
Okay, that's for African American, right? Just wonder how many of the kids are just going to their school because it's their school. I had that percentage
Oh, I think I
once.
have that.
Try
Is that the goal, to increase school choice and magnet participation, as opposed to going to your zone school?
At one time, that was, I think, our concern for magnet schools because we're, from like the 94 order, it said ranges were from 9 to 27%. Magnet schools had as low as 4%, and they were really, it looked almost exclusionary for
Yeah,
African
it did.
American students in the magnet schools. And so I was thinking of the follow-up when she said 18 and 28, whatever, how much did that vary between the three magnet schools? Because I think the least diverse magnet school back when I was around here was Osceola. So I don't know how they vary now, but
They're
at
all
least,
at or above the overall district average.
okay.
Yes.
Because at one time, like I said, they were down as low as 4%.
They were
Very low.
pretty low 3 years ago, too.
There are 80,
And that's a big kudos to the
89
district that,
African-American
that you
students
have
in
the slots and the recruitment fairs and other things going on. So as far as magnet schools, now I don't know about the rest of the question.
But having sometimes choice is to keep kids in your school.
16%. Okay, that's
Or
right.
in your neighborhood school. So as I'm competing, Citrus Elementary School is competing with Glendale Private School. I'm going to compete to keep them there because right now, there's literally no difference between the two. Public money can send you to Glendale Elementary School. Now, you may have, then we have zero control over that, but you can use state money. So choice is also to recruit kids who would typically
Go elsewhere.
go elsewhere, to keep them from going.
District.
Yeah.
How do you show success of this indicator? Is it just an increase in the amount of kids that are attending choice and magnet schools, African-American kids that are attending those schools?
I think as we wrote it, that is the set 2025 target.
Yeah.
But as we close out this year and look at what is now a new reality in Florida,
Right.
I may have to proffer to the board a different metrics on how to evaluate that. Because the game is significantly different.
And-
Because public dollars can go to private schools now, whereas before, that was extremely limited. So our goal 3 years ago when we wrote this is to increase choice by getting folks to go to your school. Where now, because the expansion of choice is including 7, 8, 9 schools that were no longer involved with state money, the metrics may change. A school may stay at 300. I did not go up. I didn't recruit any new kids into my zone were outside of it, but I still stayed at 500 kids. You know, that maybe, we'll take that.
Yeah, I'll take that.
My question is, going back to something Dr. Jones just asked, irrelevant to my biased opinion, is it an anomaly that the numbers with choice between Storm Grove and Gifford Middle, and how do race factor in that mass exodus from Gifford Middle to Storm Grove? I mean, to validate it and show it in numbers, is that an anomaly, or?
No, I mean, you're referring to when Storm Grove opened, right?
In recent, in the last year under choice?
No, sorry, not when Storm Grove opened, because they were all equal.
Yeah.
They all had about 1,100 apiece. Storm Grove, Sebastian, Oslo, and Gifford, all equally numbered out.
But in the last year, a year and a half, you've had a mass explosion where everybody bailed out of Gifford Middle, and now you busting at the seams at Storm Grove. Is it an anomaly? And then how do you figure in race in that mass explosion?
The enrollment's been stable at both those schools for the last 3 years, 4 years. I mean, a slight decline in all middle schools, really. I don't.
Isn't Storm Grove up around 1,300?
Yeah, but it's
1050.
1050.
It's like 1050, but it's been 1050. It's been at 1,000 since I've been here.
And then I know a lot of them left, but my concern was how much of the African-American population was in the exodus from Gifford Middle.
Oh, that I have to go back and look.
That would be transfer,
I just was trying to see how it was related to Storm Grove and Choice, because it was something that's been bothering me, and Jody was asking, how do we define it, or how we look at it, because how much of the black African-American population was in that transition?
Back to it.
Storm Grove?
Okay, for 3, the community extravaganza,
Yep, we do that.
is it once a year?
Yes.
It's at IG Center, right?
Well, last year it was, I think that was the one we did at
Oh, at Indian River.
Indian River State College.
Oh, that's right, that was fun, yeah. Yes, we do
And
that.
do you track attendance?
Yes, they have to sign in. That was my job last year. That's what I know.
We're fine with that one. 4, the district shall increase the percentage of African-American students in the gifted programs at the elementary level to equal the representation of African-American students in elementary school district-wide by academic year 25-26.
I know where you're trying to go there, but I don't know that that's the appropriate way to measure an improvement in the percent of gifted students who are black.
So would it be similar to percentages over time?
That would be the most efficient way, because typically you're assessing gifted in K and 1 and 2. So to grow, just like you want to reduce the number of students or ESE, once you're gifted or ESE, that number is not going to go down until you graduate or leave the system. So.
Okay, so that helps our understanding that the district evaluates for gifted students in kindergarten, first and second grade.
It's universal in second,
It is universal,
in
but.
second grade. It's universal.
So every student is
second grade here?
evaluated for
That's what Dr. Jacobs said.
Like, if they,
Want to be?
yes,
Okay.
like it's not a,
They don't test every student.
It's not universal.
No, no, no.
no.
So a parent has to know that that's an option and request it?
Or the teacher.
How much power does the teacher have over the parent?
For the testing of gifted?
I don't know that power is the right word.
Yes, it is, because it can be,
I know where you're going with that.
the teacher don't necessarily have the interest of that child.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Parent can request it and
But
teacher
the
doesn't
parent
do
can
it.
request it, or the teacher can identify. and ask the parents' permission. So it seems like they both have an option there.
Who does the testing?
We have people,
The psychologist.
psychologists, yeah.
If you're not tested into the program in second grade or before second grade, is there any hope to join
Oh, yeah.
after?
Yeah, we had testing in middle school sometimes, yeah, so that there's not a barrier on that one, but I know they looked at gifted identifiers, and then they have the testing score, 115 to 130, then 130 and above, and there's one other component. I talked to Dr. Jacobs a little bit about this, and a couple other people, getting our teachers to, identify our students, to test them for gifted, especially our African-American students. That was something we were talking about. So, any parent could take a child to a psychologist, have them tested, give back the score, but.
That costs money.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
Real money.
right. So, that's a barrier there in some respect. So, I think when I discussed this with her and another lady in the community, making sure our teachers have the components or the guidelines on who maybe they should recommend for testing, I think that's very important.
Does every school do gifted testing?
Yes.
Universal second grade, but then does every school? Yeah, if someone requests the testing or a teacher requests, sometimes we'll get parent requests, and, but I'm not sure how many are tested each year.
Is there a
Because there
gifted
is-
program at every school? There's a gifted program in every school as well?
Or gifted services.
Services.
So we have like 5 or 6,
Is that
Georgie, you should know this, floating ESE teachers. So they go in and they provide services at Glendale, then they go to IRA and
They pull the
provide.
kids out, they meet in a gifted group.
Right.
For a period or whatever, and then they.
Unless they have a number to make a class.
class? Like middle school, we had a class in gifted, and we usually went with the teacher certification. High school, they're dealing with the IP, the AB, the dual enrollment, non-honors. I do not think there are special
No, they
gifted
don't.
classes in the high school anymore, yeah.
But you have kids in the gifted program in high school, though.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
numbers.
But they usually do it through IB, AP, and so forth.
One of my concerns is,
There's like
having
IDA
been
dual
that student,
enrollment.
how do you differentiate Johnny, who's very
I
active
know you're going to say.
and all over the place, as ADH or gifted?
I know.
Some teachers get all misconstrued. Johnny could just be bored because you're not challenging him. And that's why I asked the question, how much power do you give a teacher? Because my teachers, they've decided, okay, we're going to give him more work than we give the rest of the kids.
I think most of those indicators would have been recognized at early on stages. So the teacher wouldn't be making the only decision. A lot of my resource specialists would be involved in that situation. And they know who those kids are primarily.
I was a behavior student until second grade. And in third grade, I got tested for gifted. It was gifted.
Your god nephew, they was told to put him on Ritalin,
Yes.
and that was a mistake. Nothing was wrong with him, except he ate Tony the Tiger cereal before he went to school and added sugar. So this is what, even the process, and just so happened his other god uncle was a pharmacist, told him if I allowed them to give him Ritalin, he'd kill me. So when we in there defining these children, whether they're gifted, and it's an African-American and someone who's not an African-American and not used to the nuances associated with that behavior, you could, I go to Cat Williams where the joke about his son, and he said, the little boy said, Dad, I just like to run. But they had prescribed Ritalin for him, so is it ADH or is it gifted? And some people can't define the two.
So in third or fourth grade, if a parent says, I want my child tested for gifted, can the teacher deny it, or does it go through an application, or what happens?
No, teacher cannot deny that.
Okay, so I remember when Holly was doing it, there were 2 routes. The first one, I think, was by the score, and the second one, I believe, was,
Was it called gifted identifiers or something like that?
I think so.
Yeah.
And so it was like socioeconomic, and then they could do something.
Are you talking Plan B?
Plan B.
They don't have that anymore, do they? Do we have Plan B anymore? I don't think so.
there's
Plan
only
B is
one
based
route.
on, is economically disadvantaged.
Right.
It's not necessarily by race.
Okay, okay.
Economically disadvantaged and a score.
No, to move towards Plan B. That's
Oh.
that's the subgroup in which you're applying Plan B to.
Yes, so if I don't have the score, I can go Plan B and I'm
Right.
economically disadvantaged to, and have a lower score, basically.
Mhm.
Okay. All right, so.
Is
But
it-
I'll go.
Is it, my understanding was that you need two things to get into the gifted program, both a referral from a teacher and a testing over 130.
There's a 115 to 130 guideline and then a 130 and above.
Okay.
But parents can request.
But they can request it on their own.
But I,
If the child tests into gifted, it doesn't matter whether they get the referral from the teacher or not. Is that correct?
well, parents bring in the test from outside.
No, but I'm talking about the parents that are going strictly through the school, that don't have
I mean,
the knowledge or
Sure,
the
sure.
resources to do that. I mean, not everybody knows, about that option. And even with testing, I mean, the problem is, some people don't even know there's a gifted program, right? And so if you don't have a teacher who's reaching out to the school, to the students, you could end up with a level that's 7% or lower in the gifted program.
Right.
Which is what it is now. So I guess the point is, how do we make sure that gifted African-American students are being identified timely and being put into those gifted programs to get those opportunities? Our belief was that the number should go up, but if there's, if you guys want to propose something else or make it incremental over a certain amount of time,
Are we notifying parents?
So I want to know,
There's a
do
program.
the parents, do they need a referral from the teacher if the parent requests? Is that a requirement?
I've never heard of that.
No, it's strictly, a lot of it has to do with the performance in the classroom, which would be an indicator. And then if a parent understands the process and knows, the route to take, a
That's
lot
the
of times they.
Right.
That's the key, is that's sometimes difficult to
Right.
navigate when you're not familiar with the system.
And then the classroom assessment of that child can be skewed. So you got a double dip there.
So in order to make sure that the teachers are using a protocol and following the guidelines to make sure that they're looking at all students equally for gifted programs, wouldn't the indicator be what we've proposed, which is to increase the number of African-American students in the gifted program? That ensures that the teachers are going to look at the class and say, okay, this person is likely, applying an equal application of the protocols.
Yeah, I don't think that's the issue. To me, it is the representation of African-American students in elementary school district-wide. So just because we're at 18%
Yes.
African-American students, doesn't mean
Shouldn't we want 18% of African-American students in the gifted program?
you would want the equal or same percentage of white students who are in the gifted program. So
Yeah.
what if we were at 45%
least,
black?
let's say at least.
What if we were at 7% black students and only 7% should be gifted?
At
They're
least.
two different,
We could say that, right?
I think what would be equal would be if X% of white students are in gifted program, then X% of black students should be in gifted programs. Because what you're saying is, just because we happen to be 18% African-American students in the district, we should have 18% of gifted students. I just don't know
So you're saying equal to
that
the
target
counterparts.
moves, in 4 years, we may be 27% African-American. So now at 20, they're just different numbers. One is the total population, which has what X% of children in a public school system are gifted. If it's 10, there you go. I mean, I don't know what that number is, but I just saying 18, because there's 18% of the total population may be selling short or overselling. I don't know.
Right now, we're at 7. So how do we get that number up?
I agree the number's low.
I think
I'm
one
just saying.
thing,
We're just thinking, we're just trying to
Yeah.
give you, we're just trying to establish a metric. If it's not the right one, that's fine, but we're just trying to,
Somewhere.
yeah, and I think, most of the children are tested in elementary. You'll get some in middle once in a while, but they're not, parents aren't requested in high school by that time. And I think we need to do a better job with, as far as maybe our school psychologists, our principals, working with teachers on some gifted identifiers to really, because, I mean, I think that's the key as far as what we want to do as far as increasing the program, looking at these kids. I know Dr. Jacobs said she was in a classroom the other day and saw, you know, why aren't we recognizing this child? Because she'll most likely be in gifted class. So I think we could do a better job of identifying them, working with the school psychologist, principal, letting teachers know what to look for. And you have to, I think, do it in elementary to make sure it sticks.
I have some clarification from Dr. Jacobs.
Oh, shoot.
Anyone, including a parent, can request a screening. A teacher can share their thoughts on the need for the program, which is an eligibility criteria, but we still must screen upon request, unless a student
No,
has
there
already been screened within that academic year.
But it is an eligibility criteria to have the teacher recommendation.
She just said which is an eligibility criteria.
Which is and?
Which is.
So you need the teacher to identify?
But
You need the teacher's permission to get in?
no,
Oh, okay. All right.
That is one way to do it.
One way.
I don't know.
Yeah, I know teachers are
Testing,
one way and parents another way. Okay, so then, Doc, I agree with you. Those identifiers coming from the teachers, but I think there's also got to be some notice to the parents, because I don't believe that there are many parents that I know that, hey, there's this program, you know, I know my child reads on this level or does whatever, but I don't know about the program. All I know is that my kid is smart. So I think
I think there's several ways to get the number up. And I think it's making sure that teachers have the right gifted identifiers. I think it's doing what you said. But I think the objective needs to be, and what we're measuring against, getting the number up. And then what we do to make sure that happens, what the district does, is flexible, right? But the goal, the measure, the thing that we're measuring is, are we increasing the number of African-American students in the gifted program?
Yep, and a parent can request a screening, a teacher, anyone, including a parent, can request a screening. That's the information we need to get out there.
And across the board, not just, you know, if you have a good relationship with the teacher or got,
I
you know.
think I don't know how, I'm not trying to rewrite all the indicators, but one of the indicators should be increase the referrals. Referrals will increase.
That's a good point.
And, okay, for African American, and if referrals increase, which goes back to Kevin's point, hey, mom, she heard about this as we do our social media or our blitzes. I heard about this I want my kid to be tested. Those would be the efforts to increase the awareness around a referral. And if referrals go up, then there should be an indicator that automatically
That's good.
percent of gifted students
And
goes up.
I know some elementary principals that do calls on Sunday night. Doesn't Mr. Faust do that? Do they all? Anyway,
They all-
just,
they
they
all
all do, not all the principals.
Yes, they do.
They do.
High school do, they do too? Okay, okay. I heard about elementary. Anyway, just a reminder, once in a while, hey, you know, parent can request, that kind of thing, you know, so.
Ours, not so much for the younger kids, but our older students especially able to refer themselves.
Oh,
When we get to the middle school one, moving that number is going to be 3 or 4 years out.
Yeah,
Because
it's
it's going to be
elementary.
far and few in between in which you get a referral for gifted, because at the end of the day, the gifted programming turns into the honors
Oh,
and
yeah,
what is
it's
now in
too
the middle
much.
school on high school courses.
right.
So, you know, when you talk about access here or assignments here, middle school students should be afforded the opportunity to take algebra, geometry, other high school courses that we could push in to accelerate their overall outcome. So,
We can push that. Referrals, we can push that.
What does that mean, referrals?
To get tested.
To get tested.
We have control over that. We don't,
Or parent.
I don't know that we have as much control over
Oh, no,
whether or
not
not
tested.
the kids ultimately prove to be eligible. But we do have some
No,
control
I-
over.
Providing access.
yeah, but I would be, okay. Increase the percent of students who are identified as gifted.
Yep.
I think that's fine. Definitely increase referrals, which is I think we could do that as well.
Can we put a number on it? Do we have a baseline?
I don't know what the number of referrals are. I mean,
That would be an
Increase it by
interesting,
10%.
but if it's,
your psychologists are walking right now.
It might be 0%.
Somebody's going to be
Better add
texting me.
just to do
Somebody's
this
going to be
testing.
texting me saying, don't say that.
I mean, in the Plan B gifted program, at least as is reflected on the dashboard, 0% of the Plan B gifted students are African American.
I asked that question too. It's because it's less than 10, it is not
So
reported publicly.
So fewer than 10 of all Plan B gifted students are Black.
And you qualify for screening under Plan B criteria based on income.
Can I ask a question? Based on that 10%, will we ever get the truth? Because
They
you
do
don't-
give us the
It
numbers.
just can't be public facing, but we can provide it to you guys. We just can't put personally identifiable information on a public
You
facing
know,
space.
That
Student-
just bothers me. Under 10 students, it does not generate a percentage. And so that could be from 0 to
Well, no matter what it is, I mean,
0 to 10.
no matter what it is, if it's 9 or 10, it's still not good. It's
Yeah,
still not
yeah.
Oh,
good.
yeah, that does.
But it's-
And see, here was the fight, what I understood and talking, you know, off-the-record conversations.
Yeah, I had a personal conversation with Jody about some stuff.
Yeah, so this one wasn't off the record because, he couldn't get into trouble. But there was reluctance from teachers to identify students. And then there were barriers put into place to keep those students. So this team would have to look for ways to try to get, and it wasn't the students weren't testing in, it was the adults blocking the way for students to get in. Now, things may have changed, and it could be the opposite, but that's what it was then, and that was from that leadership group, with that off the record well over 10, 12 years ago.
Change that.
okay, so what I suggest is that we increase the number of African-American students referred for gifted testing during years kindergarten through second grade. And we put an asterisk next to it with the idea that we're going to put a percentage, but we need to know a baseline.
Okay.
They can't be screened K2. Second is the first grade. that-
Second grade.
Oh, I thought you said kindergarten through second.
No, second.
Second grade is the first time,
That's what I said.
I'm sorry,
That is what I said.
in second grade.
And does that include the Plan B National Honor Society, or the gifted that you're talking about?
I think Plan B is the criteria you're measuring the results against,
Okay.
if that makes sense.
You can get a lower IQ score and get accepted into the program based on income.
Correct.
Referral by
Where I got
race
all that information.
and determine appropriate number
Somebody
to,
sent me a Zoom in, I gotta hit traffic, I'm going.
yeah.
Where are you going?
You got the,
Orlando.
Oh, okay.
You know, that traffic will be crazy.
All right.
Well, tonight?
I got a deadline.
Why
I'm gonna
is
be
it-
there in like,
Why is the traffic to Orlando pretty bad?
I don't know.
I hate I-4.
I hate Orlando, I hate Miami, I hate,
Take 95.
I hate 95.
I know.
I take 95. Oh, no, for
Thank
you?
you.
No, for him, not, yeah, I would take 95 going to Orlando.
95 up to
Something right quick.
He says, I'm
five-
going, it's none of my business.
520.
He said, where are you going?
But in Tallahassee, I
Turnpike.
do Turnpike, yeah.
Yeah, Turnpike.
Oh, yeah.
That's
Turnpike.
what I always do, I just,
Yeah.
if you had a better idea.
No, I don't, 95 to go to Tallahassee?
Hate 95.
It's cheaper.
If you had a sun
All right,
there.
so where are we here? I'm just kidding.
Going 95.
Okay, so then we left off at the next part of what Dr. Moore was saying, which was the district shall increase the percentage of African-American students identified as gifted at the elementary level. We don't have a number. We know it's 7% now.
We're going to asterisk it.
Yeah.
And then
Oh, sorry.
I see your thinking, and then next, I think there should be, Dr. Shafty can help me. I don't know that you separate AP, IB, and DE. I think they all should be together in this,
Acceleration,
yes.
I agree.
And that is specifically for high school kids. I think in middle school, there should be one for honors and/or high school courses, which is the AP for middle school kind of
So-
sort of.
Okay.
And I don't know, do you remember what we don't put it in yet, Dr. Shafty, but the state is creating their own AP courses and the
Oh,
thing we
gosh.
just went
Well,
to?
Yeah, so
Oh, because of the College Board?
Yes, because of the,
instructional materials are just fun right now in general, and those materials fall under that umbrella now. So separating them out, they're going to be unintended
Unanticipated.
changes that along the way, but you don't want to separate AP, IB, dual enrollment, because they're all pathways to allow students to have something other, greater, more than a diploma upon graduation.
and I don't know how you would feel it, but if we just leave those and don't put industry certifications in here,
Yeah, exactly.
we're missing a big mark,
Yeah,
because
big mark.
industry
I think that just
certification, I
fits.
can go make more money than any of these courses right here.
What is industry certifications?
Like,
Skills.
Microsoft,
Or like-
Suites,
These kids
The
graduate and they
CNA.
start making
C-
80
yeah.
grand right away.
well, we do have CNA, but LPN. they're- yeah.
Phlebotomy,
It's
Welding, you guys do
culinary.
welding?
welding.
Turn
Yeah,
out
I mean,
welding
we can
left
definitely
and right.
include that. I didn't
What is that
see
on
it
the
in
dashboard? What is that called?
It would be industry certifications, which would
Missed
be,
it.
Why wouldn't you separate it though? Because they aren't the same.
I think you can separate the industry certifications.
Because IB is different
Than AP.
than AP.
Way different, yeah.
Yeah, and, you
Because
and honors is different than AP. 'cause
I think
you don't get
honors to me
credit.
is a pathway to AP or IB.
So do you still have the students doing AP in the same class as the honors?
No. And if we're gonna be, and we are completely transparent, honors was we'll put you in honors, but we won't put you in AP. And that was a gatekeeper.
'Cause ours is, well, when I was here, honors and AP we were in there with honor students.
Were you?
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
what I found when I
so-
got here is you're good enough to be in honors, but not AP.
Oh, okay.
So, or you're good to be in advanced math, 8th grade, but not algebra 1. Versus, no, everyone's gonna be in AP. So honors is really in most high schools across the nation,
Chad.
honors doesn't exist.
Yeah.
You're right to AP.
So,
Oh, did she fall
What if-
off?
okay.
Sorry.
So then there would be an indicator for honors, an indicator for
Middle
industry
school honors,
certification.
just in
Okay,
middle school.
Okay, middle school honors.
Show me where the
Or would it
industry
be middle
certification is
school?
that you were talking about?
I would say,
Middle school honors / high school courses.
yeah, yes.
And then for high
Oh.
school, it would be industry certification.
I would do a separate one for industry certification, and I would put together
AP and IB.
AP, IB, advanced coursework, just because
Okay.
It is
I
different.
disagree with that.
Why?
AP, IB, and advanced coursework. So you're saying that they can be in advanced classes, it's still not honors or IB or AP?
No, I'm just saying strategically, I want to
IB
maximize
is
dual enrollment.
programming at
And I'm speaking like as a
certain
dad.
schools, too.
My daughter, you're going dual enrollment.
IB is
And
an
you're not going to
alternate
go AP
every
because
single
dual enrollment is 100% guaranteed. You get that credit
Yep.
and it goes towards your degree. And it's
Cause
going to save me money.
Because IB is at Sebastian. You have IB at Vero now?
No.
And Sebastian historically has been more inclusive with African-American students in the past, as opposed to Vero has not with the AP.
So
and
AP has
honors.
grown.
So,
You're correct in your statement, but the total number of students in IB at Sebastian needs to grow.
so then we would make IB separate.
If you make them I'm just saying, if the goal is to increase access to those college-level receiving courses, a student, like my student, I'll give you an example, my student council, my students who come in, very frustrated with IB. And they said, I would have gone dual enrollment if I would have been provided an opportunity, but I was forced into IB. And there's just different decisions that there's different pathways to take. The goal is to increase them all, they all yield the same result. So if I'm choosing to go dual enrollment because I can get those credits and take the course and not have to worry, because I'm a crappy test taker and I may not pass the course, but I'm a great student and I can get through the course, you'd want to go dual enrollment. We need to provide more access to the opportunities so children can decide what's best for them versus putting us in a situation, listen, I met my IB goal, I met my dual enrollment goal, I need you not to go to dual enrollment, I need you to go to AP.
So
That's why I don't want to make them separate.
So I guess the question is, are we trying to look at who's enrolling in each of these programs, or are we trying to, as Dr. Moore is saying, see an increase in those electing that pathway?
And I think my question, like, for example, with my university accepted AP and IB coursework, but didn't accept dual enrollment.
Where'd you go?
Duke.
Okay,
Because-
so, until you say that, they're now doing a program in the state of Florida through our local our colleges, where Duke would accept it because it would be tied to a college course.
I think it was that, like, I think I'm just thinking of, like, College Board, it's like a certification, it's a national test, so all of my peers who took, AP World History got a score on that test, and so they could use that to count for credit versus I got an A in a Palm Beach State College course. So I sort of see it as AP and IB maybe could be combined as one, and dual enrollment would be another.
But they all lead, so when you get to dual enrollment, I'm just saying in the state of Florida,
Yeah.
dual enrollment is going to increase across the entire state.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Yeah.
you being the test case. In AP courses, it's not honored in all, why would you take it? Why would you take the course if you don't know if you're going to Duke or Yale or wherever, they're not going to honor this AP course. You could go into this new program or dual enrollment, and it would be you have that credit because it's a college credit attached to a college course that will transfer. So naturally, we're going to say students are going to want to be in AP less because it's a guarantee. I'm going to get this credit because AP is in fact nice and gets me, a good GPA, but I'm really having to take the course over. And that's where, to me, like, I'm just going to be honest, I don't say I was cheap, but you're going to take this course once and it's going to be free in high school, which is going to allow me to take the money I save for you to pay for your master's. So if there's a pathway to get a kid a Associate of Arts degree for free.
And you're saying you can't do that through AP anymore?
In certain schools or universities, like Duke,
It's switching.
they don't honor the AP course. So specifically to Florida, Florida's saying, well, we want to make sure every kid who takes a college-level course gets credit for it. And attaching it to a college-level course, and you still take the exam. They're going to create an exam. It's an AP-like style, but it's not College Board. It's connected to a college. So once I take that exam, the college is giving you credit for that course. So in this scenario, Indian River State College would give me credit for ENC 1101 using that ENC 1101 course code attached to the university. So because it's a college course, it will be attached. Other universities would accept it. Whereas I took AP Lit, took the exam, passed it. That is the equivalent in the state of Florida. I got credit for ENC 1101, but not at Duke, or not at Yale, or not at other universities. So the game is changing, and the opportunity to guarantee yourself dual enrollment credits is what's changing. I'm not saying students won't continue to take AP, but at a certain point, as we advise children, we have to advise them, all right, if you take AP and you want to go to Duke, you're going to have to retake ENC 1101, you're going to have to take, but if you want to go to Duke and you take this course, you'll get credit for it. So I'm just saying.
But I understand what you're saying, and the concern is that the pool of AP students is going to shrink once it is shrinking, right? But then the
Not yet, but it
percentage,
will.
likewise, the numbers are going to shrink, but the percentage will stay the same.
But if they're all in there, the overall percent should increase. And in this conversation, the percent of students who are taking these courses that are Black does need to increase.
Yes.
And that's, I just don't, they're different pathways that all lead to advanced coursework that gives you college credit.
Yeah, I guess I'm not certain, I'm not clear on the argument for separating them or necessarily putting them together. I'm just not sure which is better and
Because
why
they're
there's a
gonna-
distinction.
Well,
Why is it
I
better?
think having them separated is just important, to see who's enrolling where the opportunities are happening, right? So that we can look at the different schools. Okay, so at Vero Beach High School, if that's where the AP and predominantly honors students are, let's see who's enrolling. So there's only 2 students graduating AP or honors every year at this school. IB, same thing, as opposed to just having it all together, then like
I'm
it
not
doesn't
proposing
really-
we hide the numbers. Make an indicator that says we will provide all the students in each of the different courses at the different schools, which does give you, IB, X number of kids at this school versus dual enrollment. But the overall number is what should increase.
But I don't think dual enrollment highlights the same thing as IB and AP, because I can be an average student and still do dual enrollment, which I've seen with my friends, as opposed to AP, honors, and IB requires a certain GPA in order to do that, and a certain scholar.
Perfect example at the awards, when you honored those seniors. A couple of young ladies was in there for cosmetology, dual enrollment.
That's your industry cert.
That was that's not.
So
Whatever, but I'm just saying, piggybacking on what Rashawn's saying is, IB, AP, they are
Is this right?
more apt to define
Oh,
your
sorry, I was looking at
academic
the wrong blue.
process.
That's a local perspective. It across the entire state of Florida, the pathway for dual enrollment, there is criteria, and that's going to be the norm. That's going to be where the children have the most access and opportunity.
But in this moment, we defining it, like you initially said, do all 3, at least the 2 of them, so that we can have data on them.
No, I mean, it would be interesting to track
Yeah.
over the course of time, AP, dual enrollment, even in this county is, I'm gonna be honest, it is an absolute disservice, the small number of dual enrollment that we have, because it is the best opportunity to get a kid to college for free. And the fact that we only had 16 kids between the 2 schools do it says, ooh, we're going to put you in IB and AP and not give you the opportunity to be the most successful you possibly could be. Versus going to Miami, and whatever school you're closest to probably has 65, 70 per school graduating with dual enrollment.
They're also
That's
larger,
just, I mean, that's a disservice.
they're larger counties too, though.
They're larger counties, but the high school I was the principal of was 3,400 kids, Miami South Ridge, and had over 100 kids graduate with associate arts. Miami Edison Senior High School, I was principal there. 7% of the students were level 3 or above when I got there. Like 62 graduating with associate arts. It's just, are you going to give every kid every opportunity? Then give them every opportunity.
I
Dual
don't-
enrollment needs to grow.
I don't think parents know that it's free.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, there's significant, it's sickening. It's, and there's issues with, we're on the record, forget it, so I wish we.
Turn the mic off.
Well,
It's,
and with the
and
tuition
we're
free.
only allowed to offer 4 courses. 4 courses. 4 at a school. That's nobody's rule, except for any River State College's rule. Where I was offering, at my little high school, I had like 12 going on at a time. And all the all the inner city schools in Miami, oh, you're gonna make sure your kids can graduate with an AA. I'm just saying, it is the biggest opportunity to advance the life of children academically.
Is there a minimum GPA requirement?
Yeah, it's at 2.5, past the PERT. So the PERT, you have to be college ready.
Yeah.
So how are we gonna
No matter
insert
what, we
that?
got to increase, but what's it going to look like?
Yeah. That's the question.
I think it's provide data on what students are participating in which pathways, which
We have
ones.
that.
And what is the overall percent of the students accessing those pathways?
Yep.
And that needs to increase.
So I have that. I have 9% DE, I have 7% AP, I have 8% IB, and I have 10% honors.
So I think honors is in a separate category.
Okay.
I have no problem reporting each one,
I
Yep.
agree.
but the overall number of participation of African-American students needs to increase.
How much can we increase it and how fast?
Well,
Because our proposal was 3 percentage points.
3%, yeah.
well, that goes back to Mershawn's thing. You're talking 3 percentage points, and it's so small right now, it's 5 kids.
Until the number of students in that program is at least equal to the representation of African-American students in the high school district-wide. So if you have 16% of the high school students are African-American, can the goal be to increase the rate from 7%, 3% annually until you're at 16% of the students participating in AP are African-American?
So you're saying each category increase 3%?
That's, yeah, it has to be overall. They say that it's 16% AP.
So include AP, IB, dual enrollment as one.
And
Yes.
honors separate?
Honors separate, because honors is a prerequisite to get to
And
AP. And it's really, honestly, should only be in middle schools. Shouldn't be in
I
high
agree.
schools.
And separate indicator, Jody, for increasing the percentage of middle school students in honors/high school courses,
Yep. And I can report those separately as well.
Yep.
But
put together.
I'm good with that. No, this is our last one, right? These components? Yeah.
I know, but it's
And
not.
It go, when you
Shall
did
increase
what
the
you did, it
percentage
went
of
right back to
African-American
what it,
students in IB
I
program.
thought of that.
Is there a, let's just
Have to
define
do is
it.
call over to.
We about and froze to death, so we good.
My feet, I should never have worn these.
So that take us to what, 5?
Well, then you go by, each one of these, you're separate with the,
Sort of, almost we're addressing these.
Oh, still trying to organize them?
No, I'm looking for more.
because those are separate with the IB, dual enrollment,
We would
honors.
combine 6, 7, and 8.
Right, sweetie.
And we did have a point of clarification, just because we saw on the dashboard that there was gifted in high school, and that the percentage of, we saw that the percentage of Black students in gifted in high school was 0, but then we were able to figure out, I think that it was 4. But I'm hearing that there's not gifted in high school, so I just want to
Well, there's not,
They have
They're
level,
just identified as gifted?
You
but
are-
they're not, there's not gifted programming in high school.
gifted falls under the umbrella of ESC, and you can be ESC students with disabilities based on your IEP, or you're gifted and you have an EP or an educational plan that has goals that follow you and services that you have to be provided under the program. But once you get to high school, you have level 3 coursework to include AP, IB, we don't have it, ACE would be a level 3 coursework, dual enrollment, and honors.
Shouldn't that identify upper percentile when you just say gifted in the ESC program? Gifted, doesn't it represent the upper percentile of students?
Yes, but it's all under the umbrella of ESC is,
I know, but I'm just saying, shouldn't there be a way to differentiate?
what, I don't understand.
When you're saying gifted,
compared to those.
it's up on the ESC, but gifted is the upper. It's
Yeah, I put it here.
Oh, okay.
Ms. Ellery,
How many EPs?
I'll just put,
Oh, I don't know how many EPs we have. I don't know enough about that.
I'll be honest, the 11 years as a high school principal, I don't think we had one meeting on gifted services because the kids were just in the program. So ABIB, I don't remember.
You shouldn't, you should not.
No, not one.
Yeah, we are just wanting clarification because it was on the dashboard, so we were like, oh, are there gifted school classes?
Not separate like that.
Okay.
just honors. Okay, we need one for industry certifications. And that's not on the dashboard, so we have no idea.
It seems like the industry certification classes that you mentioned are included on the dashboard under advanced courses, or at least some of them.
They are, is one of the components of a school grade or a district grade.
Yeah.
Is, they lump together all the AP, dual enrollment, industry certification.
So like welding and those types of industry certifications, those are considered under which of, it's not AP.
It's not AP, it's.
No,
Industry
It's
certification.
It's
industry
its own.
certification.
So as long as we're making requests to the dashboard, it would be nice to have a section just to be able to click on the industry certifications, but if you guys are monitoring that other ways,
No, we have that.
okay. That would be
Did we
great.
have this year, Doc? They talked about it.
So our,
Two
well,
high schools together?
it's always lagged. So this year, we have about 57% of our students who graduated last school year have dual enrollment industry certification. Next year, it should be around 67.
Okay, so what I have from kind of the top of this section is increase the number of African-American students referred for gifted testing in second grade. Asterisk, work group to review data on referral by race and determine appropriate number to increase referral by. Agreed? Yep, okay, good. The next one, the district shall increase the percentage of African-American students identified as gifted at the elementary level. Again, we're leaving this with an asterisk to review the data and come up with a number, okay? The district shall increase the percentage of African-American students enrolled in honors/high school courses at the middle school level by 3 percentage points annually until the number of African-American students in those programs is at least equal to the representation of African-American students in middle school district-wide.
Is that another one we want to wait and see what the percentage is?
Say it again, because
Can we wait and see what the percentages are on that before we agree to 3%?
We know what they are.
Oh, we have them already?
Yeah, we have them. For high school, for middle school honors courses, it's one of those that's fewer than 10 children.
Gotcha.
So we don't
gotcha,
have a number.
Gotcha. Okay.
So we're saying
3%.
3% on that.
Gotcha, understood.
The next one is the district shall increase the percentage of African-American students in the IB, AP, and dual enrollment programs by 3 percentage points annually until the number of African-American students in those programs is at least equal to the representation of African-American students in high school district-wide. The last one, the district shall increase the percentage of African-American students in the honors program at the high school level by 3 percentage points annually until the number of African-American students in those programs is at least equal to the representation of African-American students in high school district-wide.
Industry certification?
No, I didn't do one for industry certification.
So the dashboards have a front page that has the overview are you looking at the advanced coursework dashboard? So high school, the HCC and the MCC, if you look on the very first page, industry certifications are part of the HCC count and percentage, along with a minimum level on ASVAB, so it will detail that. And the only reason that it's put together, you have a great idea to separate it out, is because it's a component of school grade. A percentage of that's how they get some of the overall grade. And that's why HCC is one reporting to include advanced placement, IB exam, a grade of C or better in dual enrollment, passing the industry cert exam, and a minimum score on the ASVAB. All falls under acceleration.
Percentage of graduates who earn a passing score in advanced placement, a C or better in dual enrollment, pass.
You're welcome.
Okay, so tell me how to write that. Sorry. Sorry, it's been
Don't
a
look at me.
long
Don't
day
look
of
at me.
writing. Somebody give me a KPI for that, please.
Well,
Looking at you, Dr. Shafty.
I still don't think, though, on the dashboard, unless I'm missing it, you're more familiar, I'm just looking as I go for this particular point now, but we don't have a baseline, right, for the industry certifications based on the data that is available.
As a unique reporting,
As a unique-
just industry certs?
Or just that we can use right now as a baseline?
No, but can we put a placeholder and exchange drafts only because our fantastic communications person has to
Yeah.
have a hard stop at 3?
Oh, it's 3.
Oh,
Yes.
no problem. Because I think it would essentially mirror the last KPIs that we drafted, and it would-
Agree.
I think we will be able to come to an
I
agreement
do
on
too.
that.
Yeah.
And it will give us time
It would
to.
just depend on the baseline.
Yes.
Which we could probably do if we added up welding, phlebotomy.
Last one, and then we'll let him go, is the district shall include student assignments to choice schools by type of school and disaggregated by race and gifted to the public-facing reports by the start of academic year 2024-25. Is that one okay?
Is that something we can do?
Student assignments to choice schools.
As an indicator of anything, but yeah.
Well, leave it as an indicator, because if we can do it, get credit for it.
Fair enough. Okay, so the one we're going to come back to is the industry certifications.
And the other one with an asterisk, once they provide.
The data, yeah, I have that too.
Very good. If it's all right with you, I'm going to adjourn.
Yes?
Yes.
All right. It is 3:01 in the afternoon, and we are adjourned.
Are we still meeting on the